This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still get chills thinking about what happened to me last month. I've been trying to make sense of it, but I can't, and I need to get this off my chest. I make the drive from my parents' place in rural Georgia to my apartment in Atlanta pretty regularly. It's about a 3-hour trip that I've done dozens of times. That night, I was heading back after Sunday dinner with my folks. I left later than usual, around 10:30, because my dad and I lost track of time watching the game. The main highway is the safe bet, but there's this shortcut I sometimes take through Route 61 that shaves about 20 minutes off the drive. It's this narrow 2-lane road that cuts through dense woods. Nothing special about it, just your typical Georgia back road that locals use. I'd taken it plenty of times before without any issues. That night was different though, really different. The drive started normal enough. I had some music playing, was sipping on a coffee I'd grabbed before leaving my parents' place. About 30 minutes in, I hit Route 61. The woods seemed darker than usual, thicker somehow. My headlights barely cut through the darkness, and there was this heavy fog hanging low over the road. Not unusual for Georgia this time of year, but it felt, I don't know, oppressive somehow. The first weird thing I noticed was my radio. It had been playing fine, but as soon as I turned onto Route 61, it started acting up. Static at first, then it just died completely. I tried changing stations, but nothing worked, just dead air and occasional bursts of white noise. I figured it was just poor reception in the area, so I turned it off. That's when I realized how quiet everything was. No crickets, no distant sounds of traffic, nothing, just the hum of my tires on the asphalt. I checked the time. It was exactly midnight. I remember thinking I'd be home by 1:30 if traffic was good. I settled in for the drive, focusing on the road ahead. After about 15 minutes, I realized I hadn't seen another car since turning onto Route 61. Not a single one. No headlights in my rear view, none coming toward me. Just empty road stretching out under my headlights. I'd taken this route late at night before, but I'd always passed at least a couple of other vehicles. That's when I saw him. There was a man standing on the shoulder of the road with his thumb out, a hitchhiker. He had his back to me, facing the direction I was traveling. Even from behind, something about him seemed off. He was wearing these dirty, ragged clothes, like he'd been wearing the same outfit for weeks. His hair was matted and dirty, but the weirdest thing was how still he was, completely motionless, not even swaying slightly like people do when they stand in place. He was like a statue with his thumb extended. I didn't even consider stopping. I'm not the type to pick up hitchhikers, especially at midnight on a deserted road. But something about him made my skin crawl. As I drove past, I glanced in my side mirror, expecting to see him turn to watch me pass, but he remained perfectly still, facing forward, thumb out. I felt relieved as I put distance between us. I turned the radio back on, hoping for some noise to break the silence, but there was still nothing but static. About 10 miles down the road, I saw another hitchhiker. This time it was a woman on the opposite side of the road facing me. Unlike the man, she was looking right at me as I approached. She had this vacant, expectant expression. Her clothes were torn and dirty, her hair wild like she'd been out in the elements for days. As I drove past, her head turned, following my car, but her body stayed completely still. When I checked my rearview mirror, she was gone. Just gone. There was nowhere she could have hidden that quickly. Just open road and dense forest. My heart was pounding by this point. I told myself I was being ridiculous, probably just tired and letting my imagination run wild. I focused on the road, determined to get through this stretch and back to civilization. That's when I noticed my dashboard clock. It still said midnight. I'd been driving for at least 20 minutes since I last checked the time, but the clock hadn't changed. I tapped it, thinking it must be broken, but the seconds were ticking by normally, yet the time remained fixed at 12 o'clock. I grabbed my phone to check the time there, but it was dead, completely dead, even though I'd charged it at my parents' house and it had been at 80% when I left. My uneasiness was turning into genuine fear. I pressed down on the accelerator, pushing my car faster. The sooner I got off this road, the better. Then, impossibly, I saw him again. The same hitchhiker, same position, same ragged clothes, same extended thumb. It couldn't be the same guy. I'd been driving for miles, but it was him. I'm certain of it. Same torn jacket, same dirty jeans, same matted hair, and still that unnatural stillness. I sped past, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. This was impossible. The road wasn't a loop. It was a straight shot through to the main highway. I'd driven it dozens of times. I was starting to panic now. I pressed the accelerator harder, watching the speedometer climb 70, 80, 90 miles per hour. The road was empty, dangerously so, and I just wanted to get the hell out of there. 5 minutes later, I saw the woman again. Same position, same side of the road, same blank stare. As I flew past, her head turned to follow me, but this time I didn't look back. I couldn't. I checked my GPS to see how much farther until I reached the main highway. The screen showed me driving in circles. According to the GPS, I'd been making the same loop over and over on Route 61, but that was impossible. The road wasn't a circle. I'd been driving straight the whole time. The next time I passed the male hitchhiker, he'd turned around. He was facing me now, his features barely visible in my headlights. His face was gaunt, eyes sunken, and he was smiling, a wide, empty smile that didn't reach his eyes. I nearly swerved off the road. The woman appeared again a few miles later, and this time she'd moved closer to the road, much closer. She was standing right on the white line at the edge of my lane. I had to swerve to avoid hitting her. In my headlights, I could see her face clearly for the first time. Her skin was gray, her eyes completely black. No whites, no irises, just black pools. Her smile mirrored the man's. Wide, empty, wrong. I was hyperventilating now, gripping the steering wheel so hard my fingers were numb. The hitchhikers kept appearing. Sometimes the man, sometimes the woman, sometimes both together, always watching, always with those empty smiles, and my dashboard clock remained fixed at midnight. I don't know how long this went on. It felt like hours. I was trapped in this nightmare loop, seeing the same hitchhikers over and over, driving what the GPS insisted was a circle but felt like a straight line. Finally, I saw lights ahead, a gas station. I nearly cried with relief. I pulled in so fast I almost hit the pumps. The place looked ancient, one of those old single pump stations with a small convenience store attached, but it was open and there was a truck parked outside. I stumbled out of my car, legs weak. Inside, an old man with a grizzled beard sat behind the counter. He barely looked up when I burst in. "You okay, son? Looked like you've seen a ghost," he said, calmly turning a page in his magazine. I tried to explain what had happened, the hitchhikers, the loop, the clock stuck at midnight. I must have sounded completely insane, but the old man just nodded slowly. "Happens every now and then," he said, like we were discussing a common weather pattern. "People see things on that stretch of road, things that ain't supposed to be there." "What things?" I demanded. "Who are they?" He shrugged. "Ghosts, maybe, or something like them. Been happening long as I can remember. Some folks say there was an accident back in the 70s. Bus full of people went off the road during a storm. Others say it goes back further, to the Civil War times. Don't rightly know myself. But they keep appearing," I said. "The road keeps looping." "Only at midnight," he replied. "And only for some people. Most folks drive through just fine. Others..." He trailed off, looking at me with something like pity. I bought a coffee with shaking hands, used the bathroom, and took a few minutes to calm down. The old man gave me directions to get back to the main highway, a different route that avoided Route 61 entirely. I followed his directions and made it back to Atlanta without further incident. The clock on my dashboard started working normally as soon as I left the gas station. My phone came back to life too. It's been a month, and I still don't know what to make of what happened. I've researched Route 61 online and found a few vague references to strange sightings, but nothing that explains what I experienced. I've avoided that road since then, taking the longer route when I visit my parents. The rational part of my brain wants to explain it away. Exhaustion. Maybe I fell asleep at the wheel and dreamed the whole thing, but I know I didn't. Those hitchhikers, with their unnatural stillness and empty eyes, were real, or real enough. Sometimes I wake up at exactly midnight, heart pounding, feeling like I'm still driving that endless loop. And sometimes, just as I'm drifting back to sleep, I swear I can see them standing in the dark corner of my bedroom, watching, waiting, thumbs extended. I don't know what they wanted from me that night. I don't know why I was able to escape when others might not have been. All I know is that I'm never driving Route 61 again, especially not at midnight. Story 2. I've never shared this before, but I need to tell someone who might understand. I still don't know what happened to me back in 2009, and I'm still looking for answers. I was 15 at the time, living with my mom in our apartment in Maplewood. Looking back, there were little things happening before the big stuff started. Items going missing or showing up in weird places, the feeling of being watched. But I brushed it off as typical teenage forgetfulness or an overactive imagination. But what happened that winter day after school changed everything. It was late January, freezing cold outside. I remember because I was bundled up in so many layers, thermal shirt, sweater, and this puffy winter coat my mom had gotten me for Christmas. I'd just gotten home from school and was unwinding in my bedroom, still in my winter clothes because our apartment took forever to warm up. Suddenly, I felt this intense burning sensation on the right side of my stomach, like out of nowhere. It wasn't gradual. It was as if someone had pressed something hot against my skin. At first, I thought maybe I'd leaned against the radiator, but I hadn't even been near it. The pain was sharp enough that I actually gasped out loud. I rushed to the bathroom, lifted my shirt, and froze when I saw my reflection. There were 3 long scratches running diagonally across my side. Angry red lines that looked like someone had dragged their nails across my skin, hard enough to break the surface but not deep enough to really bleed. I just stood there trying to make sense of it. I hadn't bumped into anything. I hadn't scratched myself. I couldn't have. Not through all those layers of winter clothing. And the scratches were in a spot I couldn't even reach comfortably with my own hand. They were perfectly parallel too, evenly spaced like someone had deliberately marked me. When I showed my mom later, she got this look on her face. Not surprise, but almost recognition. She didn't say much, just helped me clean the scratches and put some antibiotic cream on them. I should have pressed her about it then, but I didn't. Part of me didn't want to know. The scratches were weird enough, but what happened a few hours later still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. I was sorting my coin collection on my bed, just a handful of quarters and dimes I'd been saving. Mom was in the kitchen making dinner, and I needed to grab my notebook from the living room. I clearly remember laying all the coins flat on my bedspread, none of them stacked or close to the edge. I was only gone for maybe 30 seconds. As I turned to head back to my room, something silver flashed in my peripheral vision. Before I could even process what was happening, a quarter hit me in the chest. Not like it had fallen and bounced. This thing flew at me horizontally, at body height, like someone had flicked it hard in my direction. It wasn't rolling or tumbling. It was spinning through the air directly at me. I actually yelped and stumbled backward. The quarter hit me and dropped to the floor with a clink that seemed unnaturally loud in the sudden silence. There was nobody else in the apartment except my mom, who was still in the kitchen. Our cats were both sleeping on the couch. I could see them from where I stood. Even if they had somehow gotten into my room without me noticing, there's no way they could have made a coin fly like that. Perfectly level, with enough force to travel the entire length of the hallway. I picked up the quarter with shaking hands. It was warm, like it had been clutched in someone's palm for a long time. When I went back to my room, all the other coins were exactly where I'd left them. Nothing else was disturbed. I didn't tell my mom about the coin. I don't know why. Maybe because I was trying to convince myself there was a logical explanation, a draft from somewhere, the house settling, anything other than what it felt like, that something had deliberately thrown it at me. For the next few weeks, little things kept happening. My homework would be shuffled around when I came back to my desk. The water would turn on by itself in the bathroom. I'd wake up with my blankets on the floor, even though I never kicked them off in my sleep. It was like something was testing boundaries, figuring out what it could do. And then came that night in March. I still have nightmares about it. It was a Tuesday. I remember that clearly because I'd stayed up late finishing a history project that was due the next day. Mom had gone to bed around 10, and my little brother was sleeping over at a friend's house. The apartment was quiet, that heavy kind of quiet that makes even normal house sounds seem louder than they are. I finally crawled into bed around midnight, exhausted but still wound up from all the work. I was lying there, staring at the ceiling, when I heard it, the unmistakable sound of one of our kitchen chairs scraping across the linoleum floor downstairs. At first, I thought maybe Mom had gotten up for a midnight snack, but then I remembered seeing her take her sleeping pill before bed. Those things knocked her out cold. She wouldn't be up wandering around. I lay there, barely breathing, straining to hear. For a few minutes there was nothing. Then it started. It sounded like someone was tearing the house apart. There was a violent cracking noise, like wood splintering. Then a ripping sound that I can only describe as what it would sound like if someone were peeling up the floorboards. It wasn't just one quick sound. It kept going, getting louder, more frenzied. I could hear what sounded like nails being wrenched out of wood. The hollow thump of something heavy being dropped, more splintering. I was paralyzed with fear. This wasn't the house settling or the pipes knocking. This was destruction, methodical, deliberate destruction, and it was happening right below my bedroom. I wanted to scream for my mom, but my voice was trapped in my throat. I wanted to run, but my body wouldn't move. All I could do was lie there, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst as the sounds of devastation continued below me. Then they stopped. The silence that followed was almost worse than the noise. I lay there, tears streaming down my face, waiting. That's when I heard the footsteps in the attic. Our attic was basically inaccessible. The entrance was a hatch in the ceiling of the upstairs hallway, but there was no ladder, no pull-down stairs, nothing. My mom had mentioned once that the previous owners had sealed it up for some reason. We'd never been up there in the 3 years we'd lived in the house. The footsteps were slow and deliberate, heavy, like someone wearing boots, walking heel to toe across the rafters directly above my bed. They'd take a few steps, pause, then a few more. I could hear the wood creaking under the weight. I don't know how long I lay there listening to those footsteps pace back and forth. It felt like hours. Eventually they stopped too. When my alarm went off the next morning, I was still awake, still frozen in the same position. My body ached from being so tense for so long. The first thing I did was run downstairs to the kitchen, expecting to find chaos. Broken chairs, torn up floors, splintered cabinets. But everything was exactly as we'd left it the night before. The chairs were all neatly tucked under the table. The floor was intact. There wasn't a single thing out of place. I checked every room in the house. Nothing had been disturbed. When my mom woke up, I tried to tell her what happened, but I could tell she didn't fully believe me. She thought I'd fallen asleep and had a nightmare. But I know what I heard. I was wide awake the entire time. It wasn't until a few days later that she finally told me about her own experiences. She'd been keeping them from me, trying to protect me, I guess. She described waking up one night feeling like she couldn't breathe, like something heavy was sitting on her chest. When she tried to move, she felt what she described as hands holding her down. The next morning she had bruises on her arms, dark, fingerprint-shaped marks that couldn't be explained. There were other incidents too. My brother had been complaining about the shadow man who stood in his doorway at night. We'd all heard our names being called when nobody else was home. The cats would sometimes hiss and arch their backs at empty corners of rooms. Whatever was in our apartment, it seemed to be focusing on me now, testing its power. First with the scratches, seeing if it could affect me physically. Then the coin, manipulating objects with enough force to direct them. And finally that night of destruction that only I could hear, maybe showing me what it was capable of, or maybe just tormenting me because it could. We moved out of that apartment 3 months later. Mom never said it was because of the strange occurrences, but I know that was the real reason. The day we left, I found another quarter on my pillow. I hadn't put it there. No one had been in my room. I still have that quarter. Sometimes it feels warm for no reason, even when it's been sitting untouched for days. I'm 29 now, and I still don't have an explanation for what happened in that Maplewood apartment. I've researched, looked into the history of the building, even tried contacting previous tenants. No one else reported anything similar. The scratches on my side left faint scars that I can still see if I look closely. Physical proof that I didn't imagine it. Sometimes I wonder if it followed us. There have been moments, brief, unexplainable moments, in the years since that make me think maybe it did. A door closing on its own, the sound of footsteps when I'm home alone, that feeling of being watched. But nothing as direct, as terrifying as what happened when I was 15. It's like it was testing me then, and now it's just waiting. For what? I don't know. And that's what scares me the most. Story 3. I can't sleep. I've been up for hours now, staring at my ceiling, trying to make sense of what happened today. My hands are still shaking as I type this, and I keep looking over my shoulder even though I'm alone in my apartment. I need to get this out. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can offer an explanation that doesn't make my skin crawl. It started this morning when my friends Tyler, Casey, and I decided to go hiking in the canyons around Pine Grove. We live in this small rural town where everyone knows everyone, and there's not much to do except explore the outdoors. We've hiked most of the established trails dozens of times, so today we decided to try something different. An overgrown dirt path that branches off the main trail about 2 miles in. The path was barely visible, covered with fallen leaves and branches. We had to push through some thick brush at certain points, but we were in an adventurous mood. After following it for about half an hour, the trees suddenly opened up into a small clearing, and that's when we saw it. This old, dilapidated house standing alone among oak trees. It wasn't very big, just a rectangular structure with wood-shingled roofing and siding that was peeling off in places. Tyler, who's into architecture, guessed it was built sometime in the 20s or 30s. What was strange was that none of us had ever heard anyone mention an abandoned house in this area, and we've lived in Pine Grove our whole lives. Should we check it out? Casey asked, already walking toward it. I felt this weird hesitation, like something was telling me to turn around, but I brushed it off. It was just an old house after all, and we were looking for adventure. The front porch creaked under our weight as we approached the door, which was hanging half off its hinges. Tyler pushed it open carefully, and we stepped inside. The interior was exactly what you'd expect from an abandoned house. Dusty, with cobwebs in the corners and the musty smell of decay. The living room had an old sofa and armchair facing a brick fireplace. Everything was covered in a thick layer of dust, but strangely, there were no animal droppings or signs that critters had taken over the place. "This is so cool," Tyler said, snapping pictures with his phone. "I wonder why no one's torn it down." We moved further in, finding 2 small bedrooms with metal bed frames and rusted springs where mattresses should have been. The kitchen was in the worst shape, with cabinets hanging off rusted hinges and what looked like decades-old canned goods still sitting on some of the shelves. We decided to split up to explore the different rooms more thoroughly. Casey took the kitchen, Tyler went to check out what looked like a small bathroom, and I stayed in the living room, examining the fireplace. That's when it happened. A loud thump resonated through the entire house. It wasn't localized. It seemed to come from everywhere at once, like the whole structure had been struck by something massive. The walls actually shook. We all ran outside immediately, hearts pounding. "What the hell was that?" Casey asked, her voice higher than normal. "Probably just a tree branch falling on the roof," Tyler suggested, though he didn't sound convinced. We stood outside for a few minutes, scanning the roof and surrounding trees, but couldn't see anything that might have caused the noise. Eventually, we convinced ourselves Tyler's explanation made sense and decided to go back in. This time, we stuck together as we moved through the rooms again. The atmosphere felt different somehow, heavier, more oppressive. I told myself it was just nerves from the scare we'd had. After a while, we got comfortable enough to split up again. Casey and Tyler went to explore the bedrooms more thoroughly, and I sat down in one of them, leaning against the wall opposite an old mattress that was half rotted and stained. I was scrolling through the photos I'd taken when it happened. 3 loud, deliberate thumps shook the wall directly behind me. It wasn't like the first noise. This was purposeful, like someone pounding their fist against the wall. The vibrations went right through my back. I jumped up so fast I dropped my phone. At the same moment, Casey and Tyler came running into the room, their faces pale. "Did you hear that?" Tyler asked, his voice shaking. "It was right behind me," I said, like someone was pounding on the wall. "We heard it too," Casey said, "but it sounded like it was coming from the living room." That's when I realized something wasn't right. How could we all hear the same noise but from different locations? We decided to go outside again and check the perimeter of the house to see if someone was messing with us. The woods around the house were silent. No birds, no rustling leaves, nothing. It was eerie how quiet it had become. We walked all the way around the structure and saw no one. The only footprints in the dirt were our own. By this point it was late afternoon and the shadows were getting longer. We should have left then, but instead we went back inside one more time to grab our backpacks. "Let's just get our stuff and go," Casey said, and Tyler and I agreed. That's when things got truly bizarre. We entered the house together, but somehow within minutes we lost track of each other. I was in the kitchen looking for my water bottle when I called out to the others. No response. I called louder. Still nothing. I walked into the living room expecting to find them there, but it was empty. I checked both bedrooms, the bathroom, even looked outside thinking they might have stepped out. Nothing. It made no sense. The house was tiny, maybe 700 square feet total. There was nowhere they could be that I wouldn't see or hear them. I started to panic a little, calling their names over and over. After what felt like forever but was probably only 5 minutes, they both emerged from the second bedroom, looking confused. "Where were you guys?" I asked. "I was calling for you." "We were right here," Tyler said. "We were calling for you too." "I checked that bedroom," I insisted. "You weren't there." We stood looking at each other, confused and increasingly uneasy. The house was too small for us to miss each other like that. "Let's just go," Casey said, grabbing her backpack from the living room floor. That's when we heard it, the distinct, unmistakable sound of an old rotary telephone ringing. It was coming from the living room, but there was no phone there. We'd checked the whole house earlier and hadn't seen any phones, working or otherwise. The ringing was distorted, like it was underwater or coming from very far away. We froze, looking at each other, not sure what to do. "Is that a phone?" Tyler whispered, as if speaking normally might somehow make things worse. The ringing continued, 5, 6, 7 rings. "There's no phone," I said. "We would have seen it." "Maybe it's in the walls?" Casey suggested, "like an old phone line that's somehow active." None of us believed that explanation, but it was better than the alternatives racing through my mind. As suddenly as it started, the ringing stopped. The silence that followed was somehow worse. "I think I left my camera in the bedroom," Tyler said after a moment. "I'll go get it." "I'll come with you," Casey said quickly. I stayed in the living room, my eyes darting around, trying to locate where the phantom ringing had come from. The others disappeared into the back of the house. That's when I heard it, a rustling sound coming from the fireplace. I turned slowly, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The fireplace was empty and dark, just brick and old ashes. But as I stared at it, the rustling grew louder. I took a step closer, trying to see if maybe an animal had gotten in through the chimney. What happened next is still vivid in my mind, like a video playing on loop. One of the bricks from inside the fireplace, not loose, not teetering, but firmly mortared in place, suddenly shot out as if someone had kicked it from behind with incredible force. It flew across the room and smashed into the wall about 2 feet from my head. I screamed and ran. I didn't even think about Tyler and Casey. My only thought was getting out of that house. I burst through the front door and ran several yards before stopping, gasping for breath. Tyler and Casey emerged moments later, looking terrified. "What happened? We heard you scream," Casey said, grabbing my arm. I could barely speak. I pointed at the house. "Brick, fireplace, it flew out." They looked at me like I was crazy, but they didn't question it. We all wanted to leave. As we gathered our things, I glanced back at the house one last time. That's when I saw it, a warm, flickering light coming from the living room window, like candlelight. "Guys," I said, my voice barely audible. "Look." They turned and saw it too. The light moved slightly, as if someone was walking past the window with a candle. "Maybe it's a homeless person," Tyler suggested, his voice shaking. "Maybe they've been hiding from us this whole time." But I knew better. We had been in that living room minutes ago. It was empty. There was no one there, no candles, nothing. We practically ran back to the main trail, not speaking until we were well away from that clearing. Even then, our theories, homeless person, pranksters, wind causing the brick to fall, all felt hollow. It's been hours now, and I still can't shake the feeling that something in that house was aware of us, that it was playing with us. The sounds that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, the way we couldn't find each other in a house so small, the phone ringing with no phone present, the brick that flew like it had been thrown. I've tried researching the history of that area online, looking for any mention of an old house in the canyons, or any stories of strange occurrences there. Nothing. It's like the house doesn't exist except in our experience today. I don't know what we encountered out there, but I know I'm never going back. Every time I close my eyes, I see that flickering light in the window, moving like someone was walking around in a room I know was empty. The worst part, Tyler just texted me. He went through the pictures he took, and in one of them, a shot of the empty living room, there's what looks like a tall, dark figure standing in the corner. It's blurry and partially obscured by shadow, but it's there, in a room we all walked through multiple times and saw nothing. I don't know what to do with this experience. I don't believe in ghosts or demons, but I can't explain what happened today. All I know is that something was in that house with us, something that didn't want us there, and I have a terrible feeling it's not done with us yet. Story 4. I've been hesitating to write this up for months now. Even as I type this, I keep looking over my shoulder. My hands are shaking slightly. I'm not sure if sharing this will make things better or worse, but I need to tell someone who might understand. I run a small paranormal investigation team. Nothing fancy, just me, Sean Mitchell, and 3 friends who share my interest in the unexplained. We've been doing this for about 4 years, mostly abandoned buildings and the occasional private home where people report activity. We use standard equipment, digital recorders, EMF meters, thermal cameras, the usual stuff. Nothing that would impress the TV ghost hunters, but it served us well. Back in March, we got a call from my mom. She'd been experiencing strange things in my childhood home. Objects moving, footsteps at night, that sort of thing. I'd grown up with these stories, but never experienced much myself. My dad used to say the house had quirks, but he passed away 6 years ago, and since then, according to my mom, things had escalated. I was hesitant to investigate my family home. Mixing personal connections with investigations isn't ideal. It's hard to stay objective, but when my mom called me at 3 in the morning, terrified because she heard what sounded like my dad's voice calling her name from the basement, I couldn't say no. We did a full investigation on April 28th, the usual setup, cameras in hotspots, audio recorders in each room, temperature readings. For the first few hours, nothing unusual happened. Then around 11:30, things changed. We were doing an EVP session in the basement. That's electronic voice phenomena, where you ask questions and leave space for responses you can't hear in real time but might capture on recording. I was asking standard questions. Is there anyone here with us? Can you tell us your name? Nothing unusual. Then my teammate Kelly asked, "Do you know who Sean is?" We left about 15 seconds of silence, then moved on with other questions. When we reviewed the audio the next day, that's when we heard it. After Kelly's question, there was a deep, gravelly voice that said, clear as day, "Sean belongs to us now." It wasn't a whisper. It wasn't static or background noise. It was a full, articulated sentence with a voice unlike any of our team members. We played it for my mom. and she went pale. She said it sounded like the voice she'd been hearing in the house at night. That EVP shook me up, but what happened next is why I'm writing this. After the investigation, I took all our equipment back to my apartment. I live alone in a small 2-bedroom place about 20 minutes from my mom's house. It's a newer building, quiet, with no history or reports of anything unusual, the exact opposite of my mom's century-old farmhouse. About 2 weeks after the investigation, on May 12th, we decided to have a training session at my apartment. Mark had bought a new SB7 spirit box, and Amber wanted practice with the thermal camera. My apartment was perfect, controlled environment, minimal outside noise or interference, and we knew there was no history there. We set up in my living room around 7 in the evening. I placed digital recorders on the coffee table, kitchen counter, and in my bedroom. The plan was simple. Practice using the equipment, review capture methods, maybe try some trigger objects. Nothing serious, just a technical training session. About an hour in, we were getting ready to wrap up. Nothing unusual had happened, exactly what we expected in my boring apartment. I went to collect the recorder from my bedroom while the others packed up the rest of the gear. When I walked into my bedroom, I felt it immediately. The air was freezing. Not just cool, I mean literally like walking into a freezer. My breath came out in visible puffs. Keep in mind this was May in Arizona. It was 85 degrees outside, and I don't keep my AC below 72. I called the others in, and they felt it too. The temperature difference was drastic. The doorway was like a barrier between normal temperature and this inexplicable cold. Mark grabbed the thermal camera and started scanning the room. The temperature reading showed 54 degrees directly in the center of my room, with normal temperatures everywhere else. Let's do a quick EVP session, Amber suggested. I was reluctant. This was my personal space after all, but my investigator instincts took over, and I agreed. We sat on the edge of my bed, placed a fresh recorder in the middle of the room, and began asking basic questions. Is there someone here with us? Did you follow us from another location? What do you want? After about 5 minutes, the cold spot dissipated suddenly, like someone had flipped a switch. We finished the session and called it a night. The others left around 9:30, and I went to bed thinking the cold spot was probably just a weird AC issue I'd need to have checked. The next morning, I transferred the audio files to my laptop to review before work. The living room and kitchen recordings had nothing unusual, just us talking about equipment settings and technical stuff. Then I opened the bedroom file. The first part was normal, us commenting on the cold, asking our standard questions, but at the 7-minute mark, after I'd asked, "Why are you here?" Zrenia, there was a 10-second silence on the recording, then clear as a bell, a voice that made my blood run cold. "The magic is real, Sean. Try it." I nearly fell out of my chair. The voice was articulate, intentional, not a whisper or an ambiguous noise that could be interpreted multiple ways. It spoke directly to me, using my name. I played it 3 more times, trying to debunk it. Could it be one of my team members? No. We were all accounted for on the recording, and it matched none of our voices. Radio interference? Impossible. Digital recorders don't pick up radio signals like that. A neighbor through the wall? The voice was too clear, too close to the recorder, but what really terrified me was what it said. "The magic is real, Sean. Try it." 3 days before the training session, I'd been at a neighborhood garage sale and bought an old book on folk magic and witchcraft. It was sitting on my nightstand, partially hidden under some magazines. I hadn't mentioned it to anyone. I'd barely looked at it myself. Just flipped through it briefly before setting it aside to read later. The voice knew about the book. It knew my name, and it was encouraging me to try something I hadn't even read yet. I called Kelly immediately and sent her the audio file. She confirmed what I'd heard and agreed it was unlike anything we'd captured before. Class A evidence, clear, relevant, interactive. That evening, I went through the book page by page. It was mostly historical information about witchcraft practices in early America, nothing particularly sinister. But in the back, there was a section on simple workings, basic spells or rituals. One was titled, "To Speak with Those Beyond." The ritual involved creating a circle of salt, lighting specific candles, and reciting certain words. I'm not superstitious, despite my line of work. I investigate to find rational explanations, not to validate supernatural beliefs. But that voice knew things it shouldn't have known. It addressed me directly. It referenced something private. For a week after, my apartment felt different. I'd wake up to find books removed from shelves, sitting open on my coffee table. My TV would turn on by itself at 3:15 every morning, always to static. The temperature in my bedroom continued to fluctuate dramatically. I brought the team back twice more. Each time, we captured more EVPs, all with the same voice, all addressing me directly, all referencing the book and encouraging me to open the door or make the connection. The final straw came exactly 13 days after we recorded that first clear EVP. I woke up at 3:15 again to find my bedroom ice cold. The book from the garage sale was on the floor in the center of my room, open to the "Speaking with Those Beyond" page. Salt from my kitchen had been poured in a rough circle around it. I didn't do this. I live alone. My doors were locked, windows closed. I packed a bag that night and went to stay with my sister. I've since moved to a new apartment, taking nothing but essential belongings with me. The book, the recorder with that EVP, and all the investigation equipment stayed behind. I've quit the investigation team. The others continue without me, but they respect my decision. What bothers me most isn't the fear, it's the curiosity. Part of me still wonders what would have happened if I'd tried the ritual. What was on the other side of that door it wanted me to open? Sometimes, late at night, I still hear that voice in my dreams. The magic is real, Sean. Try it. And in the dreams, sometimes I do. I still have a copy of that EVP recording on my phone. I can't bring myself to delete it, but I can't listen to it either. It's the clearest evidence I've ever captured. A direct, intelligent response that knew things it shouldn't have known. Whatever was in my mom's house followed me home. It knew my name. It knew what I had. And worst of all, it's patient. Sometimes I think it's still waiting for me to change my mind. Story 5. I've never been the type to share personal experiences online, but what happened to me last month in Louisiana has left me so shaken that I need to process it somehow. Maybe writing it down will help make sense of things, or maybe someone out there has experienced something similar and can offer some explanation. For context, I'm a medical examiner with over 15 years of experience. I've seen more than my fair share of death and tragedy, and I've always prided myself on maintaining professional detachment. But I should mention that I've always been sensitive to things others can't perceive. Since childhood, I've had occasional unexplainable experiences, seeing figures others couldn't see, knowing things I shouldn't know. I learned early on to keep these experiences to myself. 3 weeks ago, I traveled from Boston to New Orleans at the request of local authorities to consult on what appeared to be a serial killer case. The pattern of injuries on the victims was unusual, something I'd written a paper on years earlier, and they wanted my expertise. I was scheduled to meet with Dr. Elaine Thibodeau, the local ME who'd been handling the cases. Elaine and I had met at conferences before and had kept in touch over the years. She picked me up from my hotel around noon, and after spending a couple hours reviewing case files at her office, she suggested we take a break. "Julia, you look like you need to get out of this morgue for a bit," she said, noticing my exhaustion. I'd been up most of the night reviewing photos and preliminary reports. I have a little place out in the bayou. Nothing fancy, just a fishing shack on stilts my daddy left me. The quiet might help clear your head. The drive took about 40 minutes, winding through increasingly remote stretches of cypress-lined roads. I remember checking my phone and seeing the signal bars disappearing one by one. The humidity was oppressive even with the car's AC blasting. We finally turned onto a narrow dirt path that ended at a small wooden dock. Tied to it was an aluminum fishing boat that had seen better days. "Home, sweet home," Elaine said, pointing across the water to a weathered wooden structure about 50 yards out, perched on stilts above the murky water. "It's not much, but it's peaceful." The boat ride was short but eerie. The water was still, almost glassy, reflecting the moss-draped trees surrounding us. The only sounds were birds calling in the distance and the gentle putt-putt of the small outboard motor. The shack itself was basic. One main room with a kitchenette, a small bathroom, and a deck that wrapped around 3 sides. We settled on the deck with cold drinks around 3 in the afternoon. The heat was less intense out on the water, with a slight breeze offering some relief. We sat talking about the case for maybe half an hour. 3 women found in different locations around the parish, all with the same distinctive injury pattern: fractured left clavicles and crushed larynxes, all found positioned as if they were trying to speak or scream. That's when I first felt it, the unmistakable sensation of being watched. I've experienced this before, but never with such intensity. The hairs on my arms stood up despite the heat. I scanned the tree lines surrounding the bayou. Nothing moved except the Spanish moss swaying gently in the breeze. "Something wrong?" Elaine asked, noticing my distraction. "Do you ever feel like someone's watching you out here?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual. She shrugged. "It's the bayou, all sorts of critters out there, gators mostly. But this wasn't the feeling of an animal watching. This was different, deliberate, focused." I tried to shake it off and focus on our conversation, but the feeling only intensified over the next few minutes. My skin began to prickle uncomfortably. The temperature seemed to drop, which made no sense on a hot Louisiana afternoon. Then it happened. A pressure on my left shoulder, ice cold, like someone had placed a frozen hand there. Not just cold against my skin, but a cold that seemed to penetrate straight to the bone. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. I just sat there, paralyzed, as the cold spread from my shoulder down my arm. Elaine's face changed. Her eyes widened, fixed on a point just behind my left shoulder. The color drained from her face, and her mouth opened in what I can only describe as pure, primal terror. She screamed. Not a startled yelp, but a full-throated scream of absolute horror that seemed to break whatever had been holding me in place. I sprang to my feet, knocking over my chair, desperate to get away from whatever was behind me. Elaine was already scrambling to her feet, backing away. We collided as we both tried to flee at the same time. I felt a sharp, excruciating pain in my left shoulder as we crashed into each other and then onto the wooden deck. The pain was blinding. I remember lying there, struggling to breathe through it while Elaine frantically pulled me to my feet and dragged me inside the shack. She slammed the door behind us, locked it, and pulled all the curtains closed. I sat on the floor, clutching my shoulder as Elaine paced back and forth, trying to speak, but only managing strangled noises. I realized with growing horror that she couldn't talk, couldn't make any coherent sound at all. We were trapped in that shack for hours. The sun set, and neither of us dared to go back outside. Elaine found a first aid kit and did her best to stabilize my shoulder, which was clearly broken. She wrote on a notepad that we needed to wait until morning to leave. She refused to go back out on the water in the dark. That night was the longest of my life. The pain in my shoulder was excruciating, but worse was the oppressive feeling that whatever had touched me was still out there, waiting. Elaine sat with her back against the door, clutching a fishing knife, her eyes constantly moving between the windows. She tried several times to tell me what she'd seen by writing on her notepad, but her hands were shaking so badly that her writing was illegible. When dawn finally broke, we practically ran to the boat. Elaine struggled to start the motor with trembling hands while I kept scanning the shoreline, expecting to see something. I don't know what. The trip back to the dock was tense and silent. Me unable to speak through the pain, Elaine apparently unable to speak at all. At the hospital, X-rays confirmed what I already suspected. My left clavicle was fractured. But what chilled me to the bone was when the doctor mentioned it was a clean break, almost surgical in its precision. It wasn't the kind of fracture you'd expect from a fall or collision. It was exactly where that cold hand had gripped me. Elaine was examined too. Physically, there was nothing wrong with her vocal cords or throat. No injury, no trauma, no medical reason why she couldn't speak. The doctors called it conversion disorder, a physical manifestation of psychological trauma. In other words, she was literally scared, speechless. I stayed in New Orleans for another week, partly for follow-up care for my shoulder, partly because I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever happened was connected to the case we were investigating. But Elaine refused to discuss it. She wouldn't even acknowledge what had happened, communicating only through written notes about case details when absolutely necessary. It was 3 weeks before Elaine got her voice back. She called me late one night after I'd returned to Boston. Her voice was raspy, like she hadn't used it in years. "I need to tell you what I saw," she said without preamble. According to Elaine, she had seen a woman standing behind me, a woman in a white dress or gown, soaking wet. Her left arm hung at an unnatural angle, clearly broken at the collarbone. Her mouth was open in what appeared to be a silent scream, eyes wide and desperate. "She was trying to tell us something," Elaine whispered. "She had her right hand on your shoulder, and she was pointing at the case files with her left, even though it clearly caused her pain to move it." "One of the victims?" I asked, though I already knew the answer somehow. "I don't know," Elaine admitted. "But she looked similar, the body type, the hair color. It could have been any of them, or none of them. But Julia, the way she looked at you, like she knew you could see her, even though you didn't turn around." I thought about telling Elaine about my history of strange experiences then, but something held me back. Instead, I asked, "Have you been back to the shack since?" Her laugh was hollow. "I won't go within 10 miles of that place now. When cases come up in that area, I send assistance. We've stayed in touch, comparing notes on the investigation from a distance. The case remains unsolved. 3 women, all with broken left clavicles and crushed larynxes, all positioned as if trying to speak or scream, and now a 4th apparition with the same injuries, desperately trying to communicate. My shoulder has healed, but sometimes, especially at night, I feel that cold pressure again. I wake up gasping, convinced someone is standing over my bed, trying to tell me something important, something I'm missing. I've requested copies of all the files, hoping to find some connection I overlooked before, but part of me knows the answer isn't in the reports or the autopsy findings. Whoever is trying to communicate with me isn't going to stop until I understand, and I'm terrified of what will happen when I finally do. Story 6. I still get goosebumps thinking about that yellow house. It's been 3 years since I moved out, but the memories still make my skin crawl. I've never shared this online before, but I need to get this off my chest. I moved into that bright yellow 2-bedroom house back in 2017. It was built in 1934, and honestly, it had character. Hardwood floors, big windows, and this weird layout that I actually found charming at first. The rent was surprisingly affordable considering the neighborhood. It sat right on the edge of the local golf course, which created this weird divide, newer homes and condos on one side and the projects on the other. My place was on the older side, tucked away on a quiet street called Fairway Drive. My girlfriend at the time, Melissa, moved in with me about 2 months later. Things were normal at first. Well, as normal as they could be in an 80-something-year-old house with creaky floors and drafty windows. But then Melissa started acting weird about the hallway. It wasn't anything specific at first, just comments like, "I don't like walking down there at night," or "Can we leave the bathroom light on?" I didn't think much of it. Old houses make noises, shadows look weird, whatever. The hallway had this access panel to a crawl space in the ceiling, just a rectangular cutout with a piece of plywood covering it. One night, Melissa woke me up around 3 in the morning, absolutely convinced she'd heard something moving up there. I climbed up on a chair and pushed the plywood aside, shining my phone flashlight around, but there was nothing, just insulation and dust. I called my dad the next day. He's pretty handy, and I figured he could check it out properly. He came over that weekend, went up there with a real flashlight and checked everything out. No animals, no signs of anyone accessing it, nothing. He even put some duct tape along the edges of the cover so we'd know if it had been moved. But things kept happening. About a week later, Melissa was in the kitchen making coffee while I was taking a nap in our bedroom. She came in looking pale and asked, "Why did you walk through the hallway and ignore me?" I told her I'd been asleep the whole time. She insisted she'd seen me, or someone who looked exactly like me, walk from the bathroom through the hallway and into the spare bedroom. When we checked, there was nobody there, and the windows were all locked from the inside. I started noticing small things being moved around. Keys that weren't where I left them. Doors I swore I'd closed standing open. I blamed it on forgetfulness or Melissa moving things, and she blamed it on me. We'd argue about it sometimes, but neither of us wanted to admit there might be something else going on. Then came the incident with my vape. I'd lost it somewhere and figured it might be in my car. It was around 10 at night, dark outside. I went out to the driveway and was leaning into the passenger side, checking under the seat when I heard it, a man's voice, right in my ear, clear as day. "There's that son of a bitch right there." I spun around so fast I smacked my head on the car door. There was no one there, not a single person on the street. The houses across from us were dark. I ran back inside, heart pounding, and told Melissa what happened. She thought maybe it was someone walking by that I didn't see, but I know what I heard. That voice was inches from my ear. My buddy Chris crashed on our couch for a few days the following month. On his second night, I found him wide awake at 3 in the morning, watching TV with all the lights on. When I asked what was up, he hesitated before telling me someone had called his name, clearly, distinctly, from behind the couch. He'd checked, thinking it was me or Melissa messing with him, but we were both asleep. He didn't sleep on the couch again, opting for the floor of our spare room instead. Things escalated when my mom came to visit. We were sitting in the living room just chatting about normal stuff when her face suddenly changed. She stopped mid-sentence, eyes fixed on the wall behind me. When I turned around, there was nothing there. She swore she'd seen a black shadow, not just a shadow from something blocking light, but a dark figure move up the wall and across the ceiling. My mom isn't the type to make stuff up or get spooked easily. She's practical, level-headed. Seeing her rattled like that, it shook me. The worst incident happened when Melissa and I returned home from a dinner with friends. We'd only been gone about 2 hours. When we walked in, every single cabinet in the kitchen was open. Not just a jar, but fully open. There was a jar of Nutella smashed on the floor, and this is the part that still gives me chills. There was a fresh punch hole in the hallway wall, like someone had slammed their fist through the drywall in anger. We checked every inch of that house, and all the windows and doors were locked from the inside. Nothing was missing, not even the cash I kept in my dresser drawer. After that, Melissa and I started fighting more. The stress was getting to us. She'd wake up with unexplained scratches on her back. I'd feel like someone was watching me in the shower. It was slowly driving us apart, and about 6 months into living there, she moved out. Being alone in that house was worse, much worse. The activity seemed to increase. I'd hear footsteps in the hallway when I was trying to sleep. The TV would turn on by itself in the middle of the night. But the thing that finally broke me was the pressure on my feet. I was lying in bed one night scrolling through my phone when I felt it. Pressure on both sides of my feet, like hands gripping them through the blanket. Not just a light touch, but a firm, deliberate pressure. I kicked wildly and scrambled up against the headboard, heart pounding in my chest. There was nothing visible there, but I swear to God, it felt like 2 hands had grabbed my feet and were trying to pull me down the bed. I slept in my car that night. I tried to rationalize everything. Old houses settle, floorboards creak. Maybe there were mice in the walls. But deep down, I knew this was something else entirely. A few months later, I started dating someone new, Jamie. I didn't tell her about the weird stuff that had happened. I didn't want to seem crazy, and honestly, things had been quieter for a while. But on just her third time staying over, she woke me up in the middle of the night, absolutely terrified. She said she'd gone to the bathroom and had seen faces in the hallway mirror, not reflections, but faces looking out from within the glass itself. She described them as angry, old faces that seemed to be watching her. That was it for me. I broke the lease the following week and moved in with a buddy temporarily while I found a new place. I didn't even care about losing my security deposit. I just needed out. Here's where it gets even more disturbing. About a month after moving out, I was going through photos and videos on my phone, clearing space, when I found videos I had no memory of recording. They were all from inside the yellow house. Videos of me watching TV, working out in the living room, walking from the kitchen to the bedroom. The camera work was shaky, like someone was holding the phone and following me around. Some were just a few seconds long, others several minutes. They'd start and stop abruptly with no rhyme or reason. I know I didn't take these videos. I know nobody else had my phone, and some of them were taken from angles that would have been impossible for me not to notice someone standing there filming. After moving out, I did some research on the house. The property record showed it had been owned by the town sheriff from 1942 until his death in 1989. He had died in the house, natural causes, old age. But I also found forum posts from locals claiming the place had been a brothel back in the 1940s, though I couldn't verify that. One older neighbor told me there had been a suicide there in the early 90s, but again, I couldn't find any official record of it. I drive past that yellow house sometimes. There's a family living there now, young couple with a kid. I've thought about stopping, warning them somehow, but what would I say? Hey, your house is haunted and something in there likes to film people without their knowledge. They'd think I was insane. I still have those videos on an old SD card. I can't bring myself to delete them, but I can't watch them either. Sometimes I wonder if whatever was in that house followed me. Sometimes, just as I'm falling asleep, I feel that same pressure on my feet, like hands trying to pull me into darkness. Story 7. I'm still shaking as I type this. I've been clean for 8 months now, but what happened yesterday has me questioning everything. My sobriety, my sanity, and whether there's something out there that wants me to fail. Some background: I'm 32, living with my grandmother in her house outside Austin. Been here since getting out of rehab last fall. I was pretty deep into meth and coke for about 5 years. Did some things I'm not proud of. Lost my apartment, my job as a bouncer, and almost lost my freedom after I put some drunk guy in the hospital while working security at a bar downtown. Court-ordered rehab saved me from jail time. My grandmother's the only family who'd take me in after everything. She's 86 and needs help around the house anyway, so it works out. I do the yard work, grocery shopping, drive her to doctor appointments, trying to make amends, you know. Her property is about an acre, with the main house where we live and a detached garage about 50 feet from the back door. The garage is this old wooden structure that was here when she bought the place in the 70s. It's got these small, grimy windows and a heavy wooden door with an old-school lock. Inside, it's just concrete floors, some shelves, and a workbench. Nothing special, but it always gave me the creeps, even as a kid. Yesterday evening around 6, I was doing yard work. The sun was still up, but starting to get lower. Texas heat was finally breaking a bit. I needed to grab my gardening gloves from the garage where I'd left them on the workbench the day before. Walked over, pulled the door open, it always creaks, and stepped inside. The garage has this smell. Hard to describe. Not just musty or damp, but something else, something wrong. Like the air is stale in a way that regular air doesn't get. My grandmother once mentioned a previous owner had died in there, heart attack or something, but she doesn't like talking about it. I found my gloves on the workbench and was about to leave when I heard it. The door slammed shut, not like it was caught by a breeze. There wasn't any wind that evening. It slammed, like someone put their whole body into it, made the walls shake. At first I just thought, whatever, the door's old, maybe it's not balanced right. I walked over to pull it open again. It wouldn't budge. I tried the handle. It was locked from the outside. This makes no sense because I hadn't locked it. The key was hanging on a nail inside the garage. It's an old-fashioned lock where you need the key from either side. I always leave it unlocked because I'm in and out of there all day. I called out, "Grandma, you out there?" Nothing. I pulled out my phone to call the house. No signal, not one bar. I never have trouble with my signal here. We're not that far out in the country. I tried again. Nothing. That's when I felt it. The temperature dropped. Not like air conditioning cold, but like walking into a meat locker. My breath started fogging in front of me. In Texas, in June. The light coming through those dirty windows seemed to dim, even though it wasn't close to sunset yet. And I swear the shadows in the corners started moving. You have to understand, I've been through some shit in my life. I've been in dangerous situations with dangerous people. I've had guns pulled on me. I've woken up not knowing where I was or how I got there. But I have never felt the kind of fear that hit me in that garage. It wasn't just fear of being trapped. It was fear of not being alone. I'm not a religious guy. The 12-step program got me talking about a higher power. But I've always thought of that as more of a metaphor than anything real. But standing in that garage, I felt something watching me, something that knew me, something that hated me. Then I remembered the cat. 3 years ago, my grandmother's cat disappeared for 2 days. We found it in the garage, crushed under some boxes that had fallen from a high shelf. Except the boxes weren't heavy enough to kill a cat, and they were stacked neatly when we found them, like someone had carefully placed them back after using them to... I don't even want to think about it. I started pounding on the door, yelling for my grandmother. I knew she probably couldn't hear me from the house, but I was panicking. The cold was getting worse. I could see my breath clearly now, like it was the middle of winter. That's when I heard the whispering. It wasn't in English or any language I could identify, just this constant sibilant hissing sound, like someone talking through their teeth. It seemed to come from all around me, but also from inside my own head. And somehow, even though I couldn't understand the words, I knew what it was saying. Come back to us. I'm not making this up. I know how it sounds. If someone told me this story a week ago, I'd think they were using again. But I'm clean. 8 months, 2 weeks, and 3 days clean. The whispering got louder, and I started seeing things in my peripheral vision, shapes moving in the shadows. Nothing clear, just movement where nothing should be moving. I grabbed a hammer from the workbench and started hitting the lock. I don't know if it was adrenaline or what, but after a few strikes, the old mechanism broke and I practically fell outside. The evening air hit me like a warm bath. It was still light out, birds were singing, everything normal, like nothing had happened. I stood there breathing hard, waiting for my heart to stop pounding. The garage door hung open, revealing nothing but the same old dusty interior. No moving shadows, no cold spots, just a garage. I almost convinced myself I'd imagined the whole thing, some kind of panic attack maybe, except for one thing. My phone, which hadn't had signal inside, now showed 3 missed calls from my grandmother, all made during the 20 minutes I was trapped inside. I should have gone straight inside the house, called someone, my sponsor maybe, but I didn't want to scare my grandmother, and honestly, I didn't want to sound crazy. So I picked up my gardening gloves, which I'd dropped when the door slammed, and went back to work in the yard. That's when things got even weirder. I kept feeling like someone was watching me. Every few minutes, I'd look up at the garage, and I swear I could see something moving behind those grimy windows. Not a person exactly, more like a darkness that shifted and flowed. And I started having this thought, this urge, that I should go back into the garage, that there was something important in there I needed to see, something I needed to understand. It wasn't my own thought. It felt planted, like when someone suggests an idea and suddenly you can't get it out of your head, but stronger, almost a compulsion. The whole time I was working in the yard, part of my brain was fixated on the garage. Go back, go inside. We have something to show you. That's when I remembered the snakes. Twice in the past week, I've encountered the same coral snake right outside my apartment door, which is close to the garage. We have a separate entrance from the main house. Both times, the snake was just sitting there, right in front of my door. Both times, it looked right at me, made eye contact, I swear, before slithering away toward the garage. Coral snakes are poisonous and usually shy. They don't typically hang around people's doors, and they definitely don't make eye contact. Last weekend, I visited my mom's grave. She died of an overdose 3 years ago. I don't go often because it's painful, but my therapist suggested it might help with closure. While I was there, I had this bizarre emotional breakdown, just started sobbing uncontrollably, fell to my knees. It wasn't normal grief. It was like something washed over me, this wave of despair and darkness. The groundskeeper actually came over to check if I was okay. Now I'm wondering if something followed me home from that cemetery, or if something was already here, in that garage, and my visit to the cemetery somehow connected us. I finished the yard work as quickly as I could and went inside. My grandmother asked why I hadn't answered her calls. I made up some excuse about bad reception. She looked at me funny but didn't push it. I couldn't sleep last night, kept thinking about the garage, kept feeling this pull to go back out there. Around 3 in the morning, I got up to get some water and looked out the kitchen window. The garage was visible in the moonlight. The door was open. I know I closed it after breaking the lock. As I watched, it slowly swung shut. This morning I checked the lock. It's fixed. Not repaired. It looks brand new. My grandmother says she didn't call anyone to fix it. I'm writing this now because I need someone to know what's happening. The urge to go back to the garage is getting stronger. Part of me wants to, not just because of this compulsion, but because I need to know if what I experienced was real. If spirits or demons or whatever exist, then maybe there really is a higher power. Maybe all this recovery stuff isn't just psychological tricks to keep me clean, but another part of me is terrified. What if this thing, whatever it is, knows my weaknesses? What if it's trying to pull me back into my old life? I've worked so hard to stay clean, to rebuild some kind of life. I can't go back to what I was. The garage is still there, waiting, and something inside it knows my name. I can hear it calling me right now. Story 8. I've always considered myself a pretty rational person. I'm not one to jump to supernatural conclusions when there's a bump in the night or a strange shadow on the wall. But what happened at my brother's house in Georgia last month has completely shaken that foundation. I'm still trying to make sense of it, and I thought writing it down might help me process everything. I was visiting my brother Mike and his wife Jen for a week in their home just outside Atlanta. They'd moved there about 2 years ago, and this was only my second time visiting. It's a beautiful old house, probably built in the 1950s, with lots of character, hardwood floors, a spacious layout, and these gorgeous glass panels on either side of the front door that let in amazing light during the day. The first couple of days were completely normal. We went sightseeing, had some amazing southern food, and just caught up on each other's lives. Nothing out of the ordinary happened until the third day of my visit. Mike had to go into work that day, some emergency with a client that couldn't wait, so it was just Jen and me at the house. We were having coffee in the living room around 10 in the morning. I remember it was sunny outside, which is important because of what happened next. We were sitting on the couch, and from where I was positioned I had a clear view into the dining room through the wide archway that connects the two spaces. Jen was telling me about her new job, and I was listening, but I kept getting distracted by what seemed like movement in the dining room. At first I thought it was just shadows from the trees outside. You know how they can create those shifting patterns when the wind blows through the leaves. But then I saw it more clearly. From the corner of my eye, I noticed something dark move along the far wall of the dining room. When I turned to look directly for a split second, I saw what I can only describe as a human-shaped shadow figure. It wasn't just a vague blob or something I could write off as a trick of the light. This thing had arms, legs, and was definitely human-shaped, but completely black and slightly taller than an average person. The most unsettling part, it moved with purpose. As soon as I looked directly at it, it slid quickly across the wall and disappeared into the hallway that leads to the bedrooms. The movement wasn't like a normal shadow cast by someone walking. It was too fluid, too fast, and there wasn't anyone else in the house who could have cast it. I froze mid-conversation. Jen noticed and asked if I was okay. I didn't want to freak her out. After all, this was her home, and I didn't want to suggest it might be haunted or something. So I just said I thought I saw something move in the dining room and asked if they had mice or something. "Not that I know of," she said, looking concerned. "Why? What did you see?" "Probably nothing," I replied, trying to sound casual. "Just movement out of the corner of my eye." But I couldn't shake what I'd seen. While Jen continued talking, I was mentally checking off possible explanations. Could it have been someone outside casting a shadow through those glass panels by the front door? That seemed the most logical explanation. I excused myself to use the bathroom, but what I really did was check outside the front door. I looked around the entire front yard. No one was there. No cars passing by, no pedestrians, not even the neighbors' kids who sometimes played in the street. And the angle was all wrong anyway. For a shadow to be cast on that particular dining room wall, someone would have needed to be standing right up against the glass panels, and they would have had to be about 7 feet tall. When I returned to the living room, Jen had gotten up to refill her coffee. I sat back down, feeling uneasy, but still trying to rationalize what I'd seen. Maybe it was just a weird light phenomenon I wasn't familiar with. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. We resumed our conversation, but I kept glancing toward the dining room every few seconds. Nothing unusual happened for about 15 minutes, and I was just starting to relax when we heard it. A loud metallic crash from the direction of the master bedroom. Jen jumped in her seat. What the hell was that? We both got up immediately and hurried down the hallway to the bedroom. When we entered, everything looked normal at first glance. Then Jen pointed to the floor near the bench at the foot of their bed. "That's weird," she said, bending down to pick up a metal water bottle that was now lying on the floor. "I filled this up this morning and set it right here on the bench before we went to have coffee." The water bottle was one of those expensive insulated ones, fairly heavy even when empty. It had been placed in the middle of the padded bench, not near the edge where it might have fallen off easily. For it to end up several feet away on the floor, someone or something would have had to knock it with considerable force. Jen tried to laugh it off. "I must not have set it down properly. These things are so bottom-heavy sometimes." But I could tell she was unsettled too. The timing was too coincidental. Right after I'd seen that shadow figure move toward the hallway that led to this very bedroom. We went back to the living room, but the comfortable atmosphere from earlier was gone. I kept watching the dining room, and Jen kept glancing down the hallway. Neither of us brought up the water bottle again, but I noticed Jen checking her phone more frequently, probably texting Mike about when he'd be home. As the day progressed, I became increasingly uncomfortable. Every time I passed the dining room, I felt like I was being watched. The hair on my arms would stand up when I walked down the hallway to use the bathroom. I started avoiding being alone in any room of the house. When evening came, I realized I would have to sleep in the guest room, the room directly across from the master bedroom where the water bottle had fallen. The thought of trying to sleep there made my stomach knot up. I'm not proud of it, but I downloaded a flashlight app on my phone so I could keep a light on all night. I told Jen it was because I wasn't familiar with the house and might need to get up in the night, but the truth was I couldn't bear the thought of being in the dark after what I'd seen. I barely slept that night. Every creak of the house settling made me jolt awake. I kept the flashlight app running until my phone battery was nearly dead. Around 3 in the morning, I thought I heard footsteps in the hallway. Slow, deliberate steps that didn't sound like Mike or Jen. I pulled the covers up to my chin and stared at the door, terrified that I might see that shadow figure pass by or worse, enter my room. But nothing came through the door and eventually the footsteps stopped. The next morning I was exhausted and on edge. Mike asked if I was feeling okay, and I made up some excuse about having trouble sleeping in a new place. I wanted to tell them what I'd seen, but what would I say? "Hey, I think your house might be haunted by a shadow person. They just moved in 2 years ago and seemed happy there. I didn't want to ruin that for them. For the remaining 4 days of my visit, I was constantly vigilant. I never sat with my back to the dining room or hallway. I kept lights on in every room I used. I charged my phone religiously so I could use the flashlight app every night. The strange thing is, after that one day, nothing else happened. No more shadow figures, no more objects mysteriously falling. It was as if whatever had been there had made its presence known to me specifically and then retreated. On my last day, while Mike was helping me load my luggage into the car, I almost asked him if they'd ever experienced anything strange in the house. The question was right on the tip of my tongue. But then Jen came out with their toddler on her hip, both of them smiling and happy in the morning sunshine, and I couldn't bring myself to potentially taint their home with my experience. It's been 4 weeks since I left Georgia, and I still think about what I saw every day. I've researched shadow figures online and found countless stories from people who've had similar experiences. Some theories suggest they're interdimensional beings, others say they're manifestations of negative energy, and some believe they're just optical illusions or products of an overtired mind. I don't know what to believe. All I know is what I saw and felt that day was real. It wasn't a trick of the light or my imagination running wild. That shadow figure moved with intelligence, and somehow I feel like it wanted me to see it. Mike has invited me to visit again for Thanksgiving, and I haven't given him an answer yet. I love my brother and his family, but the thought of spending another night in that house makes my skin crawl. If I do go back, you can bet I'll have my flashlight app ready, and this time I might just ask them if they've ever noticed anything unusual about their beautiful old home with the glass panels and the shadows that move on their own. Story 9. I still don't know what exactly happened in that house in Oak Ridge. I've spent years trying to convince myself it was just my imagination or some weird sleep-deprived hallucination, but deep down I know better. I know what I saw, what I felt, what I heard. This all happened back in 1996 when I was 12 years old. My dad got a new job that required us to move from our comfortable suburban home in Westfield to an older 2-story house in Oak Ridge. The house itself wasn't particularly remarkable, built sometime in the 60s, I think, with 3 bedrooms upstairs and a kitchen that had been renovated maybe once in the 80s. Yellow linoleum floors, dark wooden cabinets, and this weird faux brick wallpaper that was peeling at the corners. From the first night, I felt something was off about that kitchen. The rest of the house was fine. My bedroom was actually bigger than my old one, and I had this cool built-in bookshelf that I immediately filled with my sci-fi novels and comic books. But the kitchen, even during the daytime, it felt darker than it should be, like the windows weren't letting in enough light. The first week went by without incident, just the usual chaos of unpacking boxes and getting settled. My 2 younger brothers, Matt and Josh, shared the bedroom across from mine, and my parents took the master at the end of the hall. The first incident happened on a Tuesday night, about 10 days after we moved in. I'd always been a night owl, but in the new house, I found myself unable to sleep at all. I'd lie awake for hours, staring at the ceiling, feeling like something wasn't right, so I started sneaking downstairs to watch TV after everyone went to bed. My parents never knew. The volume was always low, and I'd wrap myself in this old quilt my grandma had made, sitting about 2 feet from the screen so I could hear the dialogue. That particular night, I got thirsty around 1 in the morning. I remember the time specifically because Letterman had just finished, and some infomercial was starting. I paused at the kitchen doorway, my hand hovering over the light switch. For some reason, I felt reluctant to enter the darkness. I flipped the switch. Nothing happened. I flipped it a few more times, thinking maybe the bulb had burned out, but that didn't make sense. The light had worked fine at dinner just a few hours earlier. I stood there, debating whether I was thirsty enough to brave the darkness when the temperature seemed to drop about 20 degrees in the span of seconds. I'm not exaggerating. It was like stepping into a walk-in freezer. I could see my breath clouding in front of my face, and then I felt it. Something was in there with me. I couldn't see it, but I could feel it watching me, like when you can tell someone's staring at you from across a room. But this wasn't just observation. It felt hungry, like it wanted something from me. I backed away slowly and went back upstairs without my drink. I convinced myself I was being stupid, that it was just an old house with faulty wiring and bad insulation. The next morning, the kitchen light worked perfectly. My mom was cooking breakfast like nothing was wrong. Sunlight streaming through the windows, the room warm and normal. I didn't mention what happened. What would I even say? "Hey Mom, the kitchen got super cold last night and the light didn't work, and I felt like something was watching me." I'd sound crazy, but it happened again the next night, and the night after that. Always the same. The light switch wouldn't work after sunset. The room would turn freezing cold, and that feeling of being watched, of being wanted, would intensify until I couldn't stand it. I started keeping an empty soda bottle in my room so I wouldn't have to go downstairs for water. I began to dread nighttime. My grades started slipping because I was so exhausted during the day. My parents noticed the dark circles under my eyes and asked if I was feeling okay. I just told them I was having trouble adjusting to the new house. About 3 weeks after we moved in, I saw it for the first time. I'd been watching some late-night horror movie marathon. Probably not the best choice given my situation, but I was 12 and stupid. I needed to use the bathroom, which was downstairs next to the kitchen. As I passed the kitchen doorway, I glanced inside out of habit. There was a woman standing by the counter. At least, it looked like a woman. She was tall and thin, with long, stringy dark hair that hung over her face. She wore what looked like a dirty white nightgown, the kind you see in old photographs. But what struck me most were her eyes. They glowed with this unnatural whitish blue light, like someone had replaced her eyes with tiny flashlights. And she was smiling at me, not a friendly smile. Her mouth was stretched too wide, revealing too many teeth. It was the smile of something pretending to be human but not quite getting it right. I froze, unable to move or scream. We stared at each other for what felt like forever but was probably only seconds. Then she slammed her hand down on the counter, making a soda can that had been left there jump and fall over. The sound broke whatever spell had been holding me in place, and I ran back upstairs as fast as I could, forgetting all about needing to use the bathroom. I spent the rest of the night huddled under my blankets, convinced she was going to come upstairs and find me. I must have fallen asleep eventually because the next thing I knew it was morning and my mom was calling us down for breakfast. At breakfast, I noticed Matt, my 9-year-old brother, pushing his cereal around listlessly. "You okay?" I asked him when our parents weren't listening. He shrugged. "I don't like that lady that stands in the kitchen at night." My blood ran cold. "What lady?" "The scary one with the white eyes. She smiles too big," he said, stretching his mouth with his fingers to demonstrate. Josh saw her too. Josh was only 6 at the time. I looked over at him, building a fort out of toast, seemingly unaffected. "Josh, did you see a lady in the kitchen?" He nodded without looking up. "She screams sometimes, but Mom and Dad don't hear it." I hadn't heard any screams, but the fact that both my brothers had seen the same thing I had was both validating and terrifying. It wasn't just my imagination. Later that day, I worked up the courage to ask my mom if she'd noticed anything strange about the kitchen. She paused, dish towel in hand, and gave me a look I couldn't quite interpret. "Why do you ask?" "I don't know. Sometimes it feels weird in there at night." She was quiet for a moment, then said, "I don't go into the kitchen after dark if I can help it." She went back to drying dishes. "But don't tell your father I said that. He thinks I'm being silly." That night, I tried to talk to my dad about it, but he dismissed my concerns immediately. "It's an old house, Daniel. It makes noises. The heating is uneven. That's all." "But what about the light not working at night?" "Probably just a loose wire somewhere. I'll take a look at it this weekend." He never did, of course. Things escalated about a month into our stay. We started finding dead animals on the kitchen floor in the morning. Small things at first: mice, a squirrel, a robin. My parents blamed our cat, Muffin, though she was an old, fat tabby who could barely catch a sunbeam, let alone wildlife. Plus, the animals weren't just dead, they were mutilated, torn apart in ways that didn't make sense. No cat could do that. The worst was the raven we found one morning. It was huge, twice the size of Muffin, with its wings spread out across the linoleum like it was trying to fly away when it died. Its eyes had been gouged out, and its chest cavity was empty. My mom screamed when she found it. My dad cleaned it up, cursing about raccoons getting into the house somehow, though all our windows and doors had been locked tight. Around this time, I started sleepwalking. I'd never done it before, but my mom found me standing in the hallway one night, staring at nothing. Another time, I woke up on the front lawn in my pajamas, with no memory of how I got there. The scariest part? The kitchen door was wide open behind me. Then I learned my mom was sleepwalking too. My dad mentioned at breakfast one morning that he'd found her standing in the kitchen at 3 a.m., staring out the window and muttering something he couldn't understand. She had no memory of it. I was at my breaking point. I couldn't sleep, couldn't concentrate at school, and was terrified of what might happen if whatever was in our kitchen decided to do more than just watch us. So I did what any desperate 12-year-old in 1996 would do. I went to the library and checked out every book they had on ghosts, hauntings, and the supernatural. Most of it was useless, but I found one book about banishing negative energies that seemed promising. I also used the library's computer to search online forums. This was early internet days, so information was limited, for anything about entities that haunted kitchens specifically. I pieced together a ritual that involved sage, which I stole from my mom's spice rack, salt, and reciting the St. Michael's prayer, which I printed out at the library. I waited until everyone was asleep, then crept downstairs with my makeshift ghost fighting kit. The kitchen was freezing, as usual, and the light switch useless. I'd brought a flashlight, but its beam seemed weak and yellowish in the thick darkness. I could feel her watching me as I set up, placing salt in the corners of the room and lighting the sage with shaking hands. As I began reciting the prayer, she appeared, first as a shadow in the corner, then more solid, moving toward me with that too wide smile. She was laughing, a high, keening sound that somehow didn't travel beyond the kitchen walls. I kept reading, my voice cracking with fear. She moved closer, the temperature dropping until I was shivering so hard I could barely speak. The pages shook in my hands. The sage smoke seemed to bend away from her, as if even it was afraid. "Leave this house," I managed to say between chattering teeth. "You don't belong here." Her smile widened impossibly, splitting her face almost in half. She raised one long-fingered hand toward me, her nails blackened and sharp. I finished the prayer, practically shouting the final lines. Nothing happened for a moment, and I thought I'd failed. Then the sage smoke seemed to thicken, swirling around her. She hissed, a sound like steam escaping a kettle, and retreated to the corner, her form becoming less distinct. I repeated the prayer again and again until my throat was raw. The kitchen gradually began to warm up. The entity faded until I could barely see her outline against the wall. With one final ear-splitting shriek that I was sure would wake the whole house, but somehow didn't, she vanished. I collapsed onto the kitchen floor, exhausted but triumphant. The flashlight I'd brought suddenly seemed brighter, illuminating the now empty kitchen. I crawled to the light switch and flipped it. The overhead light came on. The next morning, the kitchen felt different, lighter somehow, like a weight had been lifted. The light worked normally that night, and the cold spots never returned. We didn't find any more dead animals, and both my mom and I stopped sleepwalking. We moved away from that house 2 years later when my dad got transferred again. I never told my parents the full story of what happened that night, or about the entity I called the kitchen banshee. They probably wouldn't have believed me anyway. It's been over a decade now, but I still dream about her sometimes. That too wide smile, those glowing eyes, the sound of her nails on the kitchen counter. I keep a nightlight in my kitchen to this day, and I never ever enter it in the dark. I don't know what she was or where she came from. Maybe she was a ghost, maybe something else entirely. But I know she was real, and I know there are things in this world that we don't understand. Things that hide in the shadows of ordinary places, watching and waiting, and sometimes they're hungry. Story 10. I've been trying to make sense of what happened to me last month on the MS Elysium cruise. I'm still not sleeping well, and honestly, I'm not sure writing this out will help, but I need to put it somewhere. Maybe someone else has experienced something similar. I'm a journalist, travel and lifestyle pieces mostly. Nothing groundbreaking, but it pays the bills and lets me see interesting places. When my editor offered me a feature on the MS Elysium, this supposedly revolutionary new cruise ship, I jumped at the chance. A week in the Caribbean, all expenses paid, to write about luxury amenities. Sign me up. God, I wish I'd never set foot on that ship. The Elysium was stunning from the outside. Gleaming white with blue accents, 16 decks high, with a glass observation dome on top. The promotional materials called it the future of oceanic travel and a floating paradise. When I boarded in Miami that sunny afternoon, everything seemed perfect. The check-in was seamless, my suite was gorgeous with a private balcony, and the staff couldn't have been more attentive. My first day went exactly as planned. I toured the ship, taking notes about the 5 swimming pools, the theater, the gourmet restaurants, the spa facilities. I interviewed the cruise director, a polished woman named Marianne, who spoke enthusiastically about the ship's innovative features. I even chatted with some fellow passengers, mostly wealthy retirees, honeymooning couples, and a few families with teenagers in tow. The nightmare started on the second night. I was having dinner at the ship's premium steakhouse. I remember the exact moment things changed. I was halfway through my filet mignon when a cold sensation washed over me. Not just the normal chill of air conditioning, but a penetrating cold that seemed to seep into my bones. I looked around, wondering if anyone else felt it, but everyone continued eating and chatting like nothing was wrong. That's when I noticed him, an elderly man sitting alone in the corner. He wore an old-fashioned dark uniform that seemed out of place among the resort wear of the other guests. When our eyes met, he nodded slightly, then looked down. Something about him unsettled me, but I chalked it up to my imagination running wild after 2 glasses of Cabernet. After dinner, I returned to my suite on deck 8 to organize my notes. Around 11:30, I started hearing sounds in the corridor, hushed voices, footsteps passing my door. At first, I didn't think much of it, people coming back from the bars or late shows, probably. But something about the rhythm of the footsteps was off. They'd approach my door, pause, then continue, only to return minutes later. When I finally peered through the peephole, I saw shadows moving past, but no actual people. I'm not easily spooked, but this was weird enough that I decided to investigate. I grabbed my press badge, force of habit, it sometimes gets me access where tourists can't go, and stepped into the hallway. The corridor was completely empty, but I could still hear whispering coming from around the corner. I followed the sound until I reached a door marked "Authorized Personnel Only." It was slightly ajar with a faint light spilling out. Against my better judgment, I pushed it open. Inside was a narrow stairwell leading down, illuminated by dim emergency lighting. The whispers were louder now, seeming to come from below. I'm still asking myself why I went down those stairs instead of returning to my room and calling security. Professional curiosity, stupidity. Whatever it was, I started descending. The stairwell went down much further than seemed possible. I counted at least 7 flights, which should have put me well below the waterline. The air grew increasingly damp and cold, carrying a musty smell like old paper and seawater. When I finally reached the bottom, I found myself in a narrow corridor lined with pipes and electrical conduits, clearly part of the ship's maintenance areas. The whispers led me to another door, this one secured with a keypad lock. I should have turned back then, but when I half-heartedly tried my press credentials in the card reader next to it, journalists develop a habit of trying to access everything. The light flashed green and the door unlocked with a soft click. The room beyond was nothing like the sleek, modern ship above. It looked like some kind of storage for old maritime equipment. brass instruments, wooden chests, and what appeared to be ship logs and records stacked on shelves along the walls. The space was dimly lit by a single bulb hanging from the ceiling, swaying slightly with the ship's movement. I started examining the items, professionally curious despite my growing unease. Among the artifacts were several faded photographs in tarnished frames. One caught my eye, a formal portrait of a captain and his crew standing in front of a ship. The captain looked stern, his hand resting on what appeared to be the same ship's wheel that I'd seen earlier that day in the Elysium's main atrium, displayed as a decorative piece. But what made my blood run cold was one of the crew members in the back row. I recognized him. It was the elderly man from the restaurant, wearing the exact same uniform, looking exactly the same as he had 2 hours ago. The photo had to be at least 50 years old, judging by its condition and style. As I stared at the photograph, trying to make sense of it, the air in the room seemed to thicken. The single bulb flickered, and a low, mournful wail echoed through the space. It wasn't the ship's horn or any mechanical sound I could identify. It sounded human, but distorted, like someone crying out underwater. That's when I felt it, a presence behind me. I turned slowly and nearly screamed. Standing in the doorway was the old man from the photo from the restaurant. Up close, his uniform was tattered, with dark stains I hadn't noticed before. His skin had a grayish pallor, and his eyes were milky white without pupils. "Help us," he said, his voice raspy like sandpaper on metal. "We are trapped, all of us." I backed away until I hit the shelves behind me, sending several items clattering to the floor. The old man didn't move toward me, but more figures began to appear behind him in the corridor. Shadowy outlines of people in various states of dress, some in crew uniforms, others in what looked like passenger clothing from different eras. I don't remember pushing past them. I don't remember running back up those endless stairs. The next thing I clearly recall is slamming my suite door shut and jamming a chair under the handle. I was hyperventilating, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I tried calling the front desk, but my room phone was dead. My cell phone showed no signal despite the ship's advertised state-of-the-art Wi-Fi. I spent the rest of the night huddled in my bathroom, the only room without windows with all the lights on. I must have dozed off eventually because I woke to sunshine streaming through my balcony door and the cheerful voice of the cruise director making morning announcements over the PA system. In the light of day, I almost convinced myself it had been a nightmare. Almost. But then I noticed the mud on my shoes and the small tear in my sleeve that happened when I brushed against a rusty pipe. At breakfast, I casually asked another passenger about the elderly man in the uniform. No one remembered seeing him. When I described him to a waiter, he looked confused and said no one matching that description was among the crew or passengers. I decided to check the passenger manifest, using my press access to view records I probably shouldn't have seen. 3 people who had been at my dinner table the previous night weren't listed. When I asked about them at the purser's desk, the staff insisted they had never been on board. People were disappearing, and nobody seemed to notice except me. That afternoon, while most passengers were at the pool deck party, I went exploring again. This time I avoided the stairwell from the night before, instead finding a service elevator that required a key card. Again, my press credentials inexplicably worked. I selected the lowest level option. The elevator opened onto a corridor similar to the one I'd found the previous night, but in a different part of the ship. Following the sound of faint mechanical humming, I discovered another hidden door behind a stack of cleaning supplies. It led to a narrow passageway that shouldn't have existed according to the ship layouts I'd studied. At the end was a chamber that made my skin crawl. The walls were lined with old ship records, logbooks, and what appeared to be personal effects. Watches, jewelry, wallets, all neatly arranged on shelves as if in a museum. In the center was a glass case containing a leather-bound journal. The journal belonged to Captain James Holden of the SS Meridian, dated 1976. The entries detailed increasingly strange occurrences on a voyage through the Bermuda Triangle. Equipment malfunctions, crew members experiencing vivid hallucinations, passengers going missing. The final entry, dated May 18th, simply read, "They are coming through. God help us all." According to maritime records I'd researched before the trip, the SS Meridian disappeared without a trace that same day. All 187 passengers and crew were lost. With shaking hands, I opened another logbook, this one newer. It contained what looked like a ship manifest for the Elysium, but with notations next to certain names, notations that made no sense. Suitable, incomplete, rejected. As I flipped through the pages, the temperature in the room plummeted. My breath came out in visible puffs, and the lights flickered violently. In the corner of my eye, I saw movement. Ghostly figures materializing from the walls, the floor, everywhere. Dozens of them, in clothing from different decades, all with the same hollow eyes and desperate expressions. They didn't speak, but I could feel their silent pleas. They reached for me with translucent hands, their mouths opening in soundless cries. Among them was a woman I recognized. She'd been at the captain's dinner on our first night. I ran. Again. But this time the ship itself seemed to be fighting me. Corridors that should have led to stairwells ended in blank walls. Doors that should have opened to public areas revealed only empty cabins with dust-covered furniture. It was as if I was moving through two versions of the Elysium simultaneously, the gleaming new cruise ship and some older, darker vessel. By the time I made it back to the passenger decks, alarms were blaring. The ship was experiencing technical difficulties, according to the announcements. Lights were failing, engines sputtering. Crew members rushed past me, their faces tense with barely controlled panic. I managed to reach the communication center amidst the chaos. A frightened officer told me their systems were failing, but they'd managed to get out a distress call. We were being towed back to Miami. The next 48 hours were a blur of confusion and terror. More passengers vanished. Those who remained seemed to forget the missing had ever existed. Crew members whispered about electrical faults, about the ship being cursed. When we finally docked in Miami, I was among the first off the ship. I gave a statement to the Coast Guard about the technical failures I'd witnessed, but I said nothing about what I'd seen below decks. Who would believe me? The official story was that the MS Elysium experienced catastrophic system failures due to rushed construction and inadequate testing. The cruise line issued refunds and apologies. The ship was decommissioned after just one voyage, officially for extensive repairs, but rumors in the industry say it will never sail again. I've spent weeks researching since then. The Elysium was built in the same shipyard as 5 other vessels that disappeared in the last century. Its hull was constructed using steel salvaged from decommissioned ships, including, I believe, parts recovered from the Bermuda Triangle, where the SS Meridian was lost. I still see them sometimes, in my dreams or at the edge of my vision when I'm especially tired. The passengers and crew of the Meridian, of other lost ships, trapped somehow within the Elysium, waiting, watching, warning. Last week I received a package with no return address. Inside was the photograph I'd seen in that hidden room, the captain and crew of a ship long lost. I've locked it away, but sometimes at night, I swear I can hear whispers coming from the drawer where I keep it. I don't know what happened on that ship. I don't know if I'll ever understand it, but I know what I saw, and I know that something is very wrong with the MS Elysium, something that goes beyond any rational explanation. Story 11. I'm still struggling to make sense of what happened last week. It's been 7 days since we laid my grandmother Maria to rest, but I don't think she's actually gone. I know how that sounds, but please, just read what happened and tell me what you think. My abuela Maria was the heart of our family. She lived in this beautiful old house in Bayshore, right near the ocean. You could smell the salt air from her kitchen window, where she'd spend hours making tamales and telling stories about growing up in Mexico. When the doctors told us her heart was failing, it felt like our whole world was collapsing. She passed away last Tuesday morning at Bayshore Community Hospital. I was there when it happened, holding her hand. The doctors had warned us it was coming, but nothing prepares you for that moment when someone you love just isn't there anymore. My parents decided we would follow the traditional custom of bringing her home before the funeral. The funeral home prepared her body, dressed her in her favorite blue dress, the one with little embroidered flowers she wore to my college graduation, and brought her to the house on Wednesday afternoon. We set up the coffin in her bedroom, the one with the big window overlooking the garden she loved so much. My mom insisted we place a few of Abuela's favorite things with her: her rosary, the small wooden cross that hung above her bed for 40 years, and strangely enough, her cell phone. My Aunt Rosa questioned this, but Mom was adamant. Maria never went anywhere without it, she said. She'd want it with her. So we placed it beside her in the coffin, this old flip phone she refused to upgrade despite our constant teasing. Family and friends started arriving around 6 that evening. The house filled up quickly with relatives I hadn't seen in years, neighbors bringing food, and my grandmother's friends from church. The mood was somber but warm, exactly how Abuela would have wanted it. The first strange thing happened around 7:30. I was in the kitchen helping my mom arrange food when suddenly everything went dark. Complete blackout. People gasped. A few of the younger kids started crying. My dad went to check the circuit breaker in the utility room. "That's weird," he called out. "The main switch is off." He flipped it back on and everything returned to normal. We all just assumed it was an accident. Maybe someone had bumped into it. But 40 minutes later, it happened again. And again, the main switch was off. By the third time, barely 20 minutes after the second, people were getting uneasy. My cousin Elena suggested maybe it was an electrical problem, but my father is meticulous about home maintenance. That house had never had electrical issues before. By 9 o'clock, we'd experienced 4 blackouts. Each time, someone had to go to the utility room and flip the switch back on. Each time, we found it deliberately turned to the off position. My uncle Jorge tried to lighten the mood. "Maybe Maria doesn't like how we arranged the flowers," he joked. A few people laughed nervously, but I noticed my Aunt Rosa crossing herself. The 5th blackout happened when I was standing near my grandmother's coffin. I'd gone in to have a moment alone with her, to say some private goodbyes. The lights flickered before going out completely. Standing there in the dark, next to her body, I felt a sudden chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. I swear I felt something brush against my hand. When the lights came back on, I rushed out of the room, bumping into my cousin Diego in the hallway. "You okay, Alex? You look like you've seen a ghost," he said. "I'm fine," I lied. "Just getting some air." I went outside to catch my breath and noticed my phone vibrating in my pocket. The screen showed incoming call from Abuela Maria. My heart nearly stopped. I stared at the screen until the call disconnected itself after 2 rings. With shaking hands, I checked the call log. There it was, a missed call from my grandmother's number, the same phone that was lying next to her in the coffin. I ran back inside and straight to her room. The coffin was exactly as we'd left it, with Abuela peacefully laid out and her phone still beside her. I picked it up with trembling fingers and checked the call log. Nothing. No outgoing calls. "What are you doing?" I jumped at the sound of my mother's voice behind me. "Mom, something weird just happened. I got a call from Abuela's phone." She frowned. "That's not possible, Alex. The battery's probably dead anyway." "Check your phone," I insisted. "See if you got any calls from her number." She humored me and pulled out her phone. Her face went pale. "One missed call, 11 minutes ago," she whispered. We didn't tell anyone else, not wanting to upset the gathering. But as the evening progressed, my Aunt Rosa, my father, and 3 other relatives all mentioned receiving calls from Abuela's number. Each call rang once or twice before disconnecting. None of them answered in time. The 6th blackout happened just before midnight as people were starting to leave. This time, my little cousin Mateo, only 5 years old, started giggling in the darkness. "Why are you laughing, mijo?" my aunt asked him. "Because Abuela is playing hide and seek," he said innocently. "She's turning off the lights so we can't see her." A heavy silence fell over the room. Even after my dad turned the power back on, nobody spoke for a full minute. The 7th and final blackout happened at exactly 12:30, just as the last guests were leaving. This time, when the lights came back on, we found Mateo standing by the coffin, waving. "Who are you waving to?" my aunt asked, her voice shaking. Abuela, he said simply. She's not in there anymore. She's standing by the door. I slept at my parents' house that night, not my own apartment. None of us wanted to be alone. The next morning was the funeral service at the church, followed by the burial at Bayshore Cemetery. Everything went smoothly. No power outages, no mysterious phone calls. We all tried to convince ourselves that the previous night's events were just coincidences, manifestations of our collective grief. But then came Saturday, 3 days after the funeral. Diego had volunteered to stay at Abuela's house. Our parents were worried about leaving it empty, afraid someone might break in knowing the family was in mourning. I went over in the afternoon to bring him some food and keep him company. The house felt different without all the people, quieter but not peaceful. Diego looked exhausted when he opened the door. Didn't sleep well? I asked. Had the weirdest dream, he said, accepting the container of my mom's pozole. About Abuela. I felt a chill. What kind of dream? He led me to the kitchen before answering. I was napping upstairs in the guest room. In the dream, I felt someone sit on the edge of the bed. When I opened my eyes, Abuela was there, looking exactly like she did before she got sick. Diego paused, stirring the soup absently. She smiled and said, "Mijo, the family will be home soon. I need to help them with the gate." Then she kissed my forehead and was gone. I woke up immediately, feeling, I don't know, like she had actually been there. "What time was this?" I asked. "About an hour ago." "Why?" Before I could answer, my phone rang. It was my mom. "Alex, we're heading to Abuela's house now. Your dad, me, and your aunts. We need to sort through some of her things. We'll be there in about 20 minutes. After hanging up, I told Diego about the call. He shrugged it off as a coincidence, but I could tell he was unsettled. We waited for them in the living room, making small talk about anything except the strange occurrences. Around 15 minutes later, we heard cars pulling into the driveway. Diego and I went to the front window. My family was just getting out of their cars, approaching the tall iron gate that separated Abuela's front garden from the driveway. The gate had an electronic opener. Each family member had a remote, but Abuela's was still in her bedside drawer upstairs. As we watched, the gate began to move. Slowly, smoothly, it swung open, allowing my family to enter. They all stopped, looking confused. My father was the first through the gate. When he spotted us at the window, he waved. A few minutes later, they all came inside. "Thanks for opening the gate, Diego," my dad said, setting down some empty boxes they'd brought for packing. Diego's face went completely white. "I didn't open it." "Well, Alex, then," my Aunt Rosa said. I shook my head. "Neither of us opened it. We've been in the living room." My mom frowned. "That's impossible. Someone had to open it." Diego swallowed hard. I think it was Abuela." He told them about his dream. The room grew silent as he spoke. When he finished, my Aunt Rosa was crossing herself again. "That's ridiculous," my father said, but his voice lacked conviction. It was then that little Mateo, who had come with my Aunt Elena, tugged on his mother's sleeve. "Mommy, why is everyone acting weird? Abuela was just standing by the gate. She opened it for us and was waving and smiling." The temperature in the room seemed to drop 10 degrees. Elena pulled Mateo close. "What do you mean, mijo? You saw Abuela?" He nodded enthusiastically. "She was wearing her blue dress with the flowers. She blew me a kiss." My Aunt Elena started crying. It was the same dress we had buried Abuela in. We searched the entire house but found nothing unusual. The remote control for the gate was exactly where it should have been, in Abuela's drawer. The gate mechanism showed no signs of malfunction. Everything was normal, except it wasn't. That was a week ago. Since then, the calls from her phone have stopped. There have been no more blackouts, but sometimes when I visit the house, I catch a whiff of her perfume, that distinctive mix of rose water and something spicy I could never identify. Or I'll hear what sounds like her humming in kitchen, only to find the room empty. I don't know what to make of all this. Part of me is terrified, but another part finds it strangely comforting. Maybe Abuela's love really was too strong to be stopped by something as simple as death. Maybe she's still watching over us, still taking care of her family in the only way she can now. Or maybe grief does strange things to the mind, makes us see and hear things that aren't there, makes us believe impossible things because the alternative, that she's truly gone, is too painful to accept. All I know is that when I drive up to that house and see the gate swing open before I can reach for my remote, I don't feel afraid anymore. I just whisper, "Gracias, Abuela," and drive through. Story 12. I still can't explain what happened that night in '86, and I'm not sure I want to. My son Tyler and I were driving from our home in North Carolina to visit my sister in Texas. It was supposed to be a simple summer road trip, something to bond over before he started his senior year. We'd been on Interstate 40 for hours, somewhere in Tennessee, maybe an hour past Nashville. It was getting late, around 9 in the evening, when the weather turned. And I don't mean a little rain. I mean the sky opened up like nothing I'd ever seen. One minute we were cruising along with the windows cracked, enjoying the warm summer air, and the next it was like someone dumped the ocean on us. The rain was coming down so hard my wipers couldn't keep up. Visibility dropped to nothing. I could barely see the hood of our Buick. Other cars were pulling over, hazards blinking, but the shoulder seemed dangerous with all the hydroplaning going on. Tyler spotted an exit sign through the downpour and suggested we get off the highway until it passed. "Mom, take this exit," he said, pointing at a sign I could barely make out. "We can wait it out somewhere safe." I nodded and slowed down, carefully navigating onto what I thought was a regular exit ramp. There wasn't an exit number that I could see, just a plain blue sign. I figured it was one of those exits that lead to nowhere special, maybe just a rural road. At the bottom of the ramp, I turned right onto what seemed like an overpass crossing back over I-40. What struck me as odd even then was that I couldn't see any lights from the other side of the interstate. Usually, you can see headlights or tail lights from the opposing lanes, even in bad weather. But there was nothing, just pitch black below us. And then, like a beacon, I saw it. A gas station lit up brighter than a Christmas tree. It was the only light for miles, this impossibly bright building glowing through the torrential rain. The sign was one of those old-fashioned ones with a cartoon sun, though I don't recall any brand name. The road to the gas station was getting worse by the second. It went from paved to gravel almost immediately after the overpass, and then started to deteriorate into mud. I remember thinking it was strange that a road would change so dramatically in such a short distance. "At least we can get some coffee and wait out the storm," I said to Tyler, trying to sound optimistic. He nodded, but I could tell he was uneasy. He kept looking out the window into the darkness beyond the reach of our headlights. As we approached the gas station, I noticed what looked like another building partially hidden behind some trees a little further down the road. It might have been a motel. I could make out what seemed like a row of doors and a faded sign, but the rain made it hard to be sure. I decided to turn around in the gas station lot and park facing the road. That's when everything started to go wrong. The moment I tried to make the turn, our wheels sank into what felt like quicksand. The more I accelerated, the deeper we sank. Within seconds, we were stuck up to our axles in mud. "Shit," I muttered, trying again to reverse. The wheels just spun uselessly, flinging mud everywhere. "We're stuck, Tyler." We sat there for a minute, listening to the rain pound on the roof, contemplating our options. The gas station was maybe 50 yards away. We'd get soaked running to it, but at least they'd have a phone. "We have to go ask for help," I said finally. "Put your jacket on." We made a dash for it, splashing through puddles that were ankle-deep in places. By the time we reached the door of the gas station, we were drenched to the bone despite our jackets. The interior of the gas station was wrong. That's the only way I can describe it. It was spotlessly clean, not just tidy, but pristine. The floor tiles were white and gleaming without a single scuff mark. The shelves were perfectly stocked with products I hadn't seen in years, arranged with an unnatural precision. Everything looked brand new, yet somehow dated at the same time, and it was silent except for the faint sound of Elvis playing on a radio somewhere. Not 80s Elvis, 50s Elvis. Heartbreak Hotel, I think. Behind the counter stood two young men. They were dressed identically in blue suits that looked like something out of the 50s. Thin ties, pocket squares, hair slicked back with so much Brill cream it looked wet. Both had these wide, perfect smiles that never seemed to falter, even when they weren't speaking. "Welcome," they said in perfect unison as we entered. I remember thinking it was odd they weren't surprised to see two soaking wet people burst in during a storm. "Our car's stuck in the mud," I explained, water dripping from my clothes onto that immaculate floor. "We need to call a tow truck." The two men looked at each other, and then the one on the left said, "Did you get stuck in the mud?" His voice had this strange enthusiasm, like he was hoping we'd say yes. "Yeah," Tyler answered. "Just out front. We can't get out." "Oh my," said the other attendant, his smile widening. "That happens all the time, especially in the rain." Something about the way he said it made my skin crawl, like he was reciting lines he'd said 100 times before. "Can I use your phone to call a tow service?" I asked, trying to stay focused on the problem at hand. "Of course, ma'am," the first attendant said. He reached under the counter and pulled out a phone book. Not a normal phone book. This thing was enormous, bound in what looked like red leather with gold lettering. "Here's our directory." I opened it, expecting to find a few pages of local businesses. Instead, I found dozens of yellow pages listing nothing but tow truck companies. There had to be hundreds of them, all with names I'd never heard of, all apparently serving this tiny, unmarked exit that shouldn't have been big enough to appear on any map. "Which one should I call?" I asked, bewildered by the options. The two men looked at each other again. It was almost like they were communicating without speaking. "Whose turn is it, Jimmy?" asked the one on the right. "I believe it's Sonny's turn," replied the one called Jimmy. "Sonny's towing and recovery." "Yes, that's right. It's definitely Sonny's turn." They both nodded, smiling those unchanging smiles. Jimmy pointed to a number in the book. "Use this one, Mom. They're real quick." I dialed the number on their rotary phone, who still used rotary phones in '86. Someone picked up before the first ring even completed. "Sonny's towing. We'll be right there," a cheerful voice answered. Then they hung up. I stood there, receiver still in hand, confused. I didn't even tell them where we are. "Oh, they know," said the attendant who wasn't Jimmy. "Everyone knows where the mud pit is." I felt Tyler's hand grip my arm. He was 16, too old to cling to his mother, but something had him spooked. I couldn't blame him. I was feeling it too. Something was very wrong with this place. "Mom," he whispered, "look at the candy." I glanced at the candy display by the register. Everything was arranged by color in perfect rows, but all the packaging looked like it was from decades ago. Prices were marked in cents, not dollars. Before I could process this, headlights swept across the windows as a tow truck pulled up outside. It was unnaturally clean for a tow truck, gleaming white without a speck of mud despite the conditions. It looked brand new and ancient at the same time, like a pristine classic car fresh off the showroom floor. Two more men got out, dressed in matching white coveralls, paper hats and bow ties, like service station attendants from the 50s. Despite the pouring rain and mud everywhere, they were spotlessly clean, not a drop of water on them as they entered the store. "Evening, folks. Heard you got stuck in the mud," said the taller one, tipping his paper hat. His name tag read Sonny. Like the attendants, his smile never faltered. "Yes, just out front," I said, pointing toward our car. "Let's take a look," Sonny said. He and his partner headed back out into the rain, and we followed. They assessed our car with what seemed like disappointment. The way they looked at how close we'd come to escaping the mud on our own. We were just a few feet from solid ground. It was as if they were horrified by our near success. "No one must ever escape the mud pit," I heard Sonny's partner mutter. He said it so quietly I wasn't sure I'd heard him correctly. Sonny hooked up our car and pulled it free with surprising ease. As he unhooked the chains, he kept looking toward the darkened building down the road, the one I'd thought might be a motel. "You folks should consider staying at the Paradise Rest Motel tonight," he suggested, his voice too eager. "This storm ain't letting up, and the mud only gets worse. Road's washed out ahead anyway." "No, thank you," I said firmly, already opening the car door. "We need to get back on the interstate." All four men, the gas station attendants, had come outside too, exchanged glances. "The interstate?" Jimmy asked, as if the concept was foreign to him. "Oh, you don't want to go there tonight? Too dangerous. Stay at the Paradise. It's real nice, real comfortable." "We always have vacancies," added the other attendant, that fixed smile still on his face. "No," I repeated, getting into the driver's seat. Tyler was already in the passenger seat, door locked. "Thank you for your help, but we need to go." I started the engine and carefully backed away, finding solid ground. The four men stood in a perfect line watching us, still smiling those empty smiles. They didn't move, didn't wave goodbye, just stood in the pouring rain without getting wet. As we pulled away, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The gas station's lights seemed to be dimming, and I swear I could see dozens of other figures emerging from the darkness around the motel, all standing perfectly still, all watching our departure. We drove back the way we came, over the overpass, and somehow found ourselves back on I-40. The rain stopped almost immediately, as if someone had turned off a faucet. We drove until we found a real exit with a Holiday Inn, where we stayed the night. 3 days later, on our way back from Texas, we tried to find that exit again in broad daylight. It wasn't there. There was nothing between the exit where we'd stayed at the Holiday Inn and the one we'd passed before the storm hit. No unmarked exit, no overpass, no gas station, no Paradise Rest Motel. To this day, I can't explain what happened. Sometimes I wonder if we stumbled onto some kind of trap, a place that was never meant to let visitors leave. I think about those unnaturally clean men with their fixed smiles and the way they spoke about whose turn it was. And I wonder how many people didn't make it back to the interstate that night. Story 13. I never believed in ghosts or anything supernatural before I started working at Pizza Hut. It's funny how quickly your beliefs can change when you experience something you can't explain. I've been sitting on this for months now, trying to make sense of it all, but I just need to get it off my chest. About 8 months ago, I got promoted to shift manager at the new Pizza Hut location in Riverside. It was a big deal for me. Better pay, more responsibility, and honestly, I was proud of myself for moving up so quickly. I'd only been working there for a few months when my district manager pulled me aside and told me I had leadership qualities. The location was brand new, built just last year, which is why what happened makes even less sense. The restaurant has this weird layout. It's long and really open, so when you stand at the front door, you can literally see all the way to the back door. There's nowhere to hide, which is what makes this whole thing so much creepier. The first incident happened about 3 weeks after my promotion. I was opening with Melissa, one of our cooks. She's been with the company for like 5 years, super reliable. Definitely not the type to make stuff up or get spooked easily. It was around 5:30 in the morning, still dark outside. Opening shift starts at 5, and we don't open to customers until 11, so it's just us in this big empty restaurant for hours. I was at the back door, taking out the trash from the night before. The dumpster's right outside, and I always prop the door open with a brick because it locks automatically. The back area has the dishwasher station to the right and the walk-in fridge to the left. I had just tossed the bags in the dumpster and was heading back in when Melissa came running toward me, her face white as a sheet. "Sarah, were you just at the dishwasher?" she asked, her voice shaking. I told her no, I'd been outside the whole time, maybe 30 seconds tops. Someone in a black shirt just walked up to the dishwasher, stopped, turned around, and walked back towards you. She was trembling. I thought it was you, but then I realized you were wearing red today. I felt this cold sensation wash over me. We checked the entire restaurant, every corner, the bathrooms, the office, the storage rooms, nothing. All doors were locked except the back one I was using. There was literally nowhere anyone could have gone without us seeing them. We tried to laugh it off. Maybe it was a shadow. Maybe Melissa was tired, but deep down, I knew something wasn't right. A week later, I was closing alone. It was around 11:30 at night, and I was counting the registers. We close at 10, so by this point, everyone else had gone home. I was at the front counter when I heard a distinct sound, the bathroom door opening and closing. It's this heavy door that makes a specific squeak followed by a thud when it shuts. I froze. The sound was unmistakable, and there was absolutely no one else in the building. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? I heard a bathroom door open, but I'm alone. They'd think I was crazy. I grabbed a knife from the kitchen and slowly walked toward the bathrooms. Both doors were closed. I pushed open the men's room door first, empty, then the women's, also empty. I checked every stall, looked for open windows, anything that could explain the sound. Nothing. That's when the real weirdness started. Every morning when I'd come in, things would be in different places than where we left them the night before. A stack of cups moved from one counter to another, the mop propped against a different wall. Small things that could be explained away if I was the only one noticing them. But I wasn't. Melissa saw it too, and Jason, our delivery driver, and Kim, the weekend manager. We started documenting it, taking pictures at closing and comparing them to how things looked in the morning. Things were definitely moving. About a month after the first incident, I was opening again, this time with Jason. He was in the kitchen prepping dough while I was setting up the dining room. The restaurant was still dark. We keep minimal lighting until closer to opening time to save on electricity. I was arranging chairs when I saw it in my peripheral vision, a figure in what looked like our uniform standing by the kitchen entrance. I thought it was Jason and called out to him, "Need any help back there?" No response. The figure didn't move. I turned fully toward it, and in that split second, it was gone, just vanished. I hurried to the kitchen, and there was Jason, up to his elbows in flour, exactly where he'd been for the last 20 minutes. He couldn't have been what I saw. "Did you just come out to the dining room?" I asked him, trying to keep my voice steady. He shook his head. "Nope, been here the whole time." "Why?" I didn't tell him. I didn't want to freak him out. But later that day, when we were both on break, he brought it up himself. "This is gonna sound crazy," he said, "but I think there's something wrong with this place." He told me he'd been seeing someone out of the corner of his eye for weeks, a dark figure, always in what looked like our uniform, but when he turned to look directly at it, there was never anyone there. We started talking to other employees. Turns out almost everyone who worked opening or closing shifts had experienced something. Melissa had seen the figure multiple times. Kim had heard her name whispered when she was alone. One of our part-timers, Ethan, quit without notice after closing alone one night. He wouldn't tell anyone why, just said he was never coming back. The weird thing is, nothing ever happened during business hours. When customers were around, everything was normal. It was only early mornings or late nights when the place was nearly empty. 3 months ago, I had the worst experience yet. I was closing with Kim, and she had just left, around 10:30. I was doing final checks, making sure everything was clean and ready for the morning crew. I went to the back to check the walk-in fridge temperature, and when I came out, I saw someone standing at the front counter, their back to me. I assumed Kim had forgotten something and come back. "Hey, did you forget something?" I called out. The figure slowly turned around, and I realized it wasn't Kim. It wasn't anyone I recognized, but they were wearing what looked like our uniform, the black pants and red shirt, except the shirt seemed darker, almost wet-looking in places. The face, I still have trouble describing it. It wasn't clear, like it was blurred somehow, but I could feel it looking at me. I was frozen in place, my hand still on the walk-in door handle. The figure took a step toward me, then another. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. It kept coming, slowly, deliberately. When it was about halfway across the restaurant, the lights flickered just once, and it was gone. I ran out so fast I forgot to set the alarm. I called my district manager from my car, hyperventilating, and told him I couldn't close alone anymore. I made up some story about feeling unsafe in the area late at night. He was understanding and changed the schedule so nobody would close alone. But that didn't stop things from happening. 2 weeks ago, Melissa and I were opening. We'd both arrived at the same time, around 5 in the morning. We entered together, turned on the lights, and started our opening routine. I went to the office to get the cash drawers while she started the ovens. I heard her scream, not a startled yelp, but a full-on terrified scream. I ran to the kitchen and found her backed against the wall, pointing at the dough mixer. "It was right there," she kept saying. "It was standing right there, watching me." We both quit that day, didn't even finish our shift, just locked up and left. I called the district manager from the parking lot and told him I was done. Melissa did the same. He tried to convince us to stay, offered me a raise, asked what was really going on. I couldn't tell him the truth. Who would believe it? I found out later that this was the third Pizza Hut built on that property. The first one burned down in the 90s. The second was torn down due to structural issues. No one ever mentioned any deaths or tragedies, but I've been trying to research the location's history. So far, I haven't found anything concrete. I drive past that Pizza Hut sometimes, usually during the day when it's busy with customers who have no idea what happens there when the doors lock and the lights dim. Sometimes I see new employees bringing out trash to the dumpster or smoking by the back door, and I want to warn them. But what would I say? Last week, I got a text from Jason. He's still working there. He sent me a picture he took during his closing shift. It was blurry, taken in a hurry, but I could make out a dark figure standing by the dishwasher, wearing what looked like our uniform. The message under the photo just said, "It's getting worse." I blocked his number. I couldn't handle it anymore. I still haven't found another job. Every time I think about working in restaurants again, especially at night, my stomach turns. I keep seeing that figure in my dreams, walking slowly toward me across the dining room floor. The worst part is not knowing. Not knowing what it was, what it wanted, why it was there. Not knowing if it's still there, watching the new employees, waiting for them to be alone. Sometimes I think about going back just to see if I can get answers, but then I remember the way it looked at me, and I know I never will. Story 14. I still get a weird tightness in my chest when I think about what happened that summer in 1995. I was 6 years old, and my dad had taken a carpentry job at this old hotel called the Feather River Inn in California. We'd moved from Finland to the States when I was 4, and Dad was always picking up restoration work on historic buildings. That summer was supposed to be an adventure. Mom was visiting her sister back in Helsinki, so Dad decided to bring me along rather than find a babysitter. "Lisa will have fun," he told Mom on the phone. "There's woods and a creek, and I can keep an eye on her while I work." I remember being so excited about staying in a real hotel. The Feather River Inn wasn't what I expected. It wasn't like the shiny hotels I'd seen in movies. This place was ancient, built in 1915 according to the plaque near the entrance. The main building was this massive wooden structure with dark green trim and a huge porch wrapped around it. It reminded me of the old fairy tale books my grandmother used to read to me, the ones with witches' cottages in the forest. Dad's job was to restore some of the woodwork on the second floor, replacing damaged floorboards, fixing window frames, that kind of stuff. The hotel was still partially open, but only the first floor and parts of the second were being used. The third floor was completely closed off, too damaged to be worth fixing up yet, I guess. The first couple days were actually pretty fun. I'd hang out in the room Dad was working in, coloring or playing with my toys. Sometimes I'd sit on the windowsill and watch people fishing in the creek behind the hotel. The other workers were nice and would give me candy sometimes. It was on the 4th day that things got weird. Dad was working on replacing some ornate trim around a doorway, and I was bored. I'd already colored every page in my coloring book and explored all the open rooms on our floor. I asked Dad if I could walk around a bit. "Don't go far," he said, hammering a nail. "Stay on this floor and don't bother anyone who's working. And absolutely do not go up to the 3rd floor. It's not safe up there," I promised, and headed out into the hallway. The 2nd floor had this super long corridor with doors on both sides, kind of like in The Shining, which I wasn't allowed to watch but had seen pictures of. The carpet was this ugly brownish pattern that had probably been fancy once, but now just looked old and worn down. The place had a weird smell, like old wood and something else I couldn't place. It wasn't a bad smell exactly, just old, like when you open a trunk that's been closed for years. I walked down the hallway, running my hand along the wooden paneling on the walls. Most of the doors were closed, but a few were open where other workers were doing repairs. I could hear the radio playing from one room and someone sanding wood in another. I reached the end of the hallway where it turned to the right, making an L shape. I was standing at that corner, just kind of looking around, when I felt it, that feeling you get when someone's watching you. I looked down the other part of the L-shaped hallway, and that's when I saw her. At first, I thought it was someone's wife, or maybe a hotel employee. Just the top half of a woman's face was visible, peeking around the corner at the far end of the hall, maybe 40 feet away. She had this long black hair and really pale skin. I got excited because I hadn't seen many other people around my age there, mostly just workers and a few older guests. So I smiled and waved at her, the way kids do when they're hoping to make a friend. She didn't wave back. She just stared. I remember thinking her eyes looked strange, really dark, with what I thought was makeup around them, like heavy eyeliner that went all around her eyes. What was really weird was that one of Dad's co-workers, Mike, walked right past that spot and didn't seem to notice her at all. He was carrying some tools and walked right by the corner where she was peeking out, but he didn't look at her or say anything. I kept waving, thinking maybe she was shy. Then I got distracted because I heard a loud noise from one of the rooms, probably someone dropping a tool or something. I looked away for just a second, and when I looked back, she was gone. I decided to go see where she went. Maybe she wanted to play but was too shy to come over first. I walked down the hallway, my shoes making soft thumping sounds on the carpet. The further I got from where Dad was working, the quieter it became. The sounds of hammering and the radio faded behind me. When I reached the corner where I'd seen the woman, I turned and froze. This part of the hallway was completely different from the rest of the floor. While the main hallway had working lights, decent carpet, and looked relatively well maintained, this section was in total disrepair. The lights were out, and the only illumination came from a dirty window at the far end. The carpet was torn up in places, exposing the wooden floorboards beneath. Some of the doors were hanging off their hinges, and there was dust everywhere. It looked abandoned. Worse than abandoned. It looked like no one had been down here in years. But that wasn't what made my blood turn cold. It was the realization that hit me about what I'd actually seen. What I thought was a woman with fair skin wasn't fair-skinned at all. She'd been ghostly white, like paper or milk or a dead thing. And her hair hadn't been curly like I first thought. It had been wild, floating around her head in a way that hair shouldn't move. And those eyes, what I'd mistaken for dark eye makeup, were actually empty black holes where eyes should have been. I stood there, unable to move as my brain tried to process what I'd seen. It wasn't a woman. It wasn't a person at all. Then I heard it, a soft shuffling sound coming from one of the rooms down the dark hallway, like something dragging across the floor. I ran so fast back to where my dad was working that I nearly tripped over the carpet. I burst into the room out of breath and terrified. Whoa, what's wrong? Dad asked, putting down his tools. I tried to explain what I'd seen, but I was crying and the words came out all jumbled. Dad thought I'd just scared myself by wandering into the closed-off section of the floor. "Lisa, honey, your imagination is running wild," he said, kneeling down to my level. "There's nobody there. That part of the hotel is closed for renovation. No one goes down there." But I knew what I'd seen, and I knew it wasn't human. Dad must have seen how genuinely frightened I was because he decided to check it out. He took my hand and we walked down the hallway together. My legs felt like jelly, and I wanted to tell him to stop, to not go around that corner, but I couldn't find my voice. When we turned the corner, the hallway looked normal. The lights were on. The carpet, while old, was intact. The doors were all closed and properly hung. It looked just like the rest of the second floor. A bit worn, but definitely not abandoned. "See?" Dad said. "Nothing to be afraid of." But I knew what I'd seen. That hallway had been dark and decayed just minutes before, and someone, or something, had been there. Dad went back to work, and I sat quietly in the corner of the room, not wanting to let him out of my sight. I didn't tell him that even though the hallway looked normal now, I could still feel eyes watching me from somewhere down there. That night I couldn't sleep. We were staying in one of the rooms on the first floor, and Dad fell asleep almost immediately, tired from a day of physical work. But I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, jumping at every creak and groan of the old building. Around midnight, I heard footsteps in the hallway outside our door, slow, dragging footsteps that would stop for a few seconds, then continue. I pulled the covers up to my chin and held my breath, praying they wouldn't stop at our door. They did. There was a soft scratching sound on the wood, like fingernails being dragged slowly across the surface. Not like someone knocking, more like someone trying to claw their way in. I wanted to wake Dad, but I was paralyzed with fear. The scratching continued for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then it stopped, and the footsteps dragged away. The next morning I begged Dad not to make me go back to the hotel while he worked. I made up excuses. I was sick, I was bored there, anything I could think of, but there was nowhere else for me to go. So back we went. I refused to leave the room where Dad was working. I sat in the corner with my back against the wall, watching the doorway. Dad thought I was being silly, but he didn't push it. Around lunchtime, one of the other workers, an older guy named Bill, came in to talk to Dad. I overheard them discussing the renovation. "You know they found mummified cats in the walls on the third floor?" Bill said in a low voice, probably thinking I couldn't hear. "Construction guys found them when they were opening up the walls to check the wiring. 3 of them, all dried up and preserved somehow." Dad glanced at me and shushed Bill, but I'd already heard. Cats in the walls. Who would put cats in the walls? Later that afternoon, Dad needed to check something in another room and told me to come with him since I didn't want to be alone. As we walked down the hallway, we passed a room with the door open. Inside, I could see weird paintings on the walls, black and white swirls that seemed to move if you looked at them too long. They weren't normal paintings. They didn't look like anything, just these hypnotic patterns that made me feel dizzy. "What are those?" I asked Dad, pointing. He looked confused. "What are what, honey?" "Those paintings, the swirly ones." Dad looked in the room and then back at me with a frown. "There aren't any paintings in there, Lisa. The walls are bare. They're prepping them for new wallpaper." But I could see them clearly, those black and white swirls covering every inch of the walls. As I stared, they seemed to pulse, like they were breathing. That evening, as we were getting ready to leave, I overheard Dad talking to the hotel manager. "My daughter's been acting strange," Dad said, "seeing things that aren't there." The manager was quiet for a moment. "She's not the first," he finally said. "This place has a history. Most of the workers don't like to talk about it, but strange things happen here. Always have, since the place was built." "What kind of strange things?" Dad asked. "People see things, especially on the second and third floors. A woman with black hair is the most common. Some guests refuse to stay in certain rooms. Room 217 especially." Dad scoffed. "Ghost stories to attract tourists." The manager shook his head. "We don't advertise it. Bad for business, actually. But ask around if you don't believe me." That was our last day at the Feather River Inn. Dad found someone else to finish the job and took on a different project closer to home. He never admitted it was because of what happened, but I knew. Years later, when I was a teenager, I asked him about it. He hesitated, then told me that after our conversation, the manager had mentioned that room 217, the one guests refused to stay in, was directly beneath the room where they'd found the mummified cats. It was also the room with the swirling paintings that only I could see. I've researched the Feather River Inn since then. Turns out lots of people have had experiences there. Some saw the woman with the black hair and hollow eyes. Others heard dragging footsteps or scratching at their doors. A few even mentioned the swirling patterns appearing on walls, only to vanish when others looked. I don't know what I saw that day. I don't know if it was a ghost or something else entirely. But 25 years later, I still can't look at black and white patterns without feeling sick, and I still check the corners of long hallways just to make sure nothing is peeking back at me. Story 15. I've never been the type to believe in the supernatural. Ghost stories were just entertainment. Psychics were clever performers, and unexplained phenomena always had logical explanations waiting to be discovered. That was before Ethan, before my 5-year-old son turned everything I thought I knew upside down. I guess I should start from the beginning. My husband and I had Ethan when I was 32. The pregnancy was normal, the delivery uncomplicated. When he was 18 months old, we noticed he wasn't developing typically. Minimal eye contact, delayed speech, intense focus on specific objects. After evaluations with several specialists, we received his diagnosis: high-functioning autism. We educated ourselves, adjusted our parenting, and enrolled him in early intervention programs. We were determined to give him every opportunity to thrive. But there was always something else about Ethan, something the diagnosis didn't explain. It started when he was just 9 months old. My husband's family lives in Massachusetts, and we were visiting them during spring break. His sister suggested we take a tour of the Lizzie Borden house in Fall River. You know, the place where that woman supposedly axe-murdered her father and stepmother back in the 1890s. I wasn't thrilled about bringing an infant to a murder house, but everyone insisted it would be fine. The tour was actually pretty interesting, if morbid. Ethan was being carried by my husband as we walked through the various rooms. He was quiet for most of it, just looking around with those big, curious eyes. Everything seemed normal until we were leaving the parlor, the room where Lizzie's father was killed. My husband had already stepped into the hallway when Ethan suddenly twisted in his arms, looking back toward the empty room. What happened next still gives me goosebumps. Ethan's face lit up with pure joy. He started laughing, not his usual baby giggle, but a full belly laugh like someone was playing peekaboo with him. Then he began clapping his tiny hands and waving, as if greeting an old friend. "Who are you waving at, buddy?" my husband asked, glancing back into the empty room. Ethan just kept laughing and waving. The tour guide noticed and got this strange look on her face. "That happens sometimes with the little ones," she said quietly. "They see things we don't." I brushed it off as a coincidence. Maybe he was just enjoying the echo of his own voice in the old house. Maybe the lighting created some interesting shadow that caught his attention. There had to be a reasonable explanation. But that was just the beginning. As Ethan grew older, these incidents became more frequent. When he was 3, he started having conversations with empty corners of rooms. At first, we thought it was typical imaginary friend behavior. Many children have them, and children with autism often engage in unique forms of play. But the things he would say during these conversations were odd. One morning, I was making breakfast when I heard Ethan talking in the living room. I peeked around the corner and saw him sitting cross-legged on the floor, looking up at nothing. "No, my grandpa doesn't live here," he was saying very seriously. "He lives in heaven now." My father had passed away 2 years before Ethan was born. We had photos of him around the house, and we'd mentioned Grandpa occasionally, but we'd never explicitly told Ethan that my father was dead or used phrases like living in heaven. He was too young for those conversations. When I asked who he was talking to, he looked at me like I was the one being weird. "The old man," he said, pointing to the empty space. "He wants to know where Grandpa is." I felt ice water running through my veins. I managed to ask, "What does the old man look like?" "He's wrinkly and has a big mustache like a walrus," Ethan replied, then went back to his toys as if nothing unusual had happened. My husband's grandfather had a distinctive walrus mustache. He died when my husband was in college. We had no pictures of him displayed in our home. These types of incidents continued, but we tried to rationalize them. Maybe he'd seen a photo at his grandparents' house. Maybe he'd overheard us talking. Children absorb more than we realize, right? About 6 months ago, things escalated. Ethan started talking about seeing Jesus. Now, we're not particularly religious. We celebrate Christmas and Easter, but we don't attend church regularly or read the Bible at home. So when Ethan started mentioning Jesus, it caught us off guard. Jesus was in my room last night, he announced at breakfast one morning. My husband and I exchanged glances. Oh, what did Jesus look like? I asked casually. He's a bright light, Ethan said, shoveling cereal into his mouth. He doesn't talk to me, he just watches. Does the light scare you? My husband asked, concerned. Ethan shook his head. No, Jesus is nice. He keeps the shadows away. That phrase, keeps the shadows away, sent chills down my spine. We'd never used that expression, and Ethan had never shown any fear of the dark or shadows. The Jesus sightings became regular occurrences. According to Ethan, Jesus would appear in his bedroom, in the backyard, sometimes even in the car, always as a bright light that never spoke but was somehow comforting to him. I started researching. I read about temporal lobe epilepsy, which can cause religious hallucinations. I scheduled an appointment with his neurologist, who ordered an EEG. The results came back normal. No seizure activity. Then I read about hypnagogic hallucinations, vivid sensory experiences that occur during the transition from wakefulness to sleep. But these wouldn't explain the daytime sightings or the walrus mustache man or what happened at the Lizzie Borden house. I was running out of rational explanations, but I still wasn't ready to accept the alternative, that my 5-year-old son could somehow perceive things beyond our normal senses. Then came the incident with Jeremy. My husband works at a marketing firm. He has a colleague named Jeremy, who he's friendly with but not particularly close to. Jeremy had never visited our home and Ethan had never met him. One Tuesday evening we were having dinner, just a normal weeknight meal. Ethan had been quiet, pushing his food around his plate more than eating it. Suddenly he looked up and announced, "I'm hungry." It was such a strange statement given that he was literally sitting in front of a plate of food. "You have dinner right there, buddy," I pointed out. "No," he said, his brow furrowing in that way it does when he feels misunderstood. "Not me. Jeremy from Daddy's office is hungry." My husband stopped mid-bite. "Jeremy from my office?" Ethan nodded matter-of-factly. "He's eating dinner too. He has meat and trees." Trees is what Ethan calls broccoli. My husband and I stared at each other across the table. Before we could ask anything else, my husband's phone buzzed with a text message. He picked it up, looked at it, and his face went pale. He turned the phone so I could see the screen. It was a text from Jeremy. "Working late on the Wilson project. At least the company sprung for dinner." Attached was a photo of a plate with steak and broccoli. The timestamp on the message was 2 minutes and 47 seconds after Ethan had made his announcement. I felt dizzy. There was no way, absolutely no way, that Ethan could have known Jeremy was eating steak and broccoli at that exact moment. It wasn't a lucky guess or a coincidence. It was impossible. That night, after Ethan was asleep, my husband and I stayed up late talking. We couldn't deny it anymore. Something unexplainable was happening with our son. "Do you think he's psychic?" my husband asked, whispering even though we were alone. "I don't know," I admitted. "But there's definitely something going on that science can't explain." We decided to start documenting everything. I bought a journal and began recording every unusual incident, complete with dates, times, and as many details as possible. We agreed not to push Ethan or ask leading questions, but to simply observe and record. The entries accumulated quickly. Ethan knowing who was calling before the phone rang, Ethan telling us about a sad lady in the grocery store, and then us running into a woman who had just received bad news about her mother's health. Ethan insisting we take a different route home from school one day. The usual route was later closed due to a major accident. Last week, though, was the incident that finally broke me. My mother came to visit. She lives about 3 hours away and tries to come see us once a month. As soon as she arrived, Ethan ran up to her and said, "Grandma, why is Uncle Mike with you?" "Uncle Mike is my brother," He lives in Arizona. As far as we knew, he was still there. My mother's face went white. What do you mean, sweetheart? Uncle Mike, Ethan repeated, pointing to the empty space beside her. He's right there. My mother sat down heavily on the couch. Ethan, she said carefully, what does Uncle Mike look like? He has yellow hair and glasses and a blue shirt, Ethan said, growing impatient as he often does when asked to describe something he thinks is obvious. My brother does have blonde hair and wears glasses. I couldn't remember what he was wearing the last time we video chatted, but it could have been a blue shirt. Is Uncle Mike saying anything? My mother asked, her voice shaking. Ethan nodded. He says to tell you he's sorry about the fight and he's not mad anymore. My mother burst into tears. I rushed to her side, confused and alarmed. Between sobs, she explained that she and my brother had had a massive argument the previous week. They'd both said hurtful things, and they hadn't spoken since. She'd been upset about it during her entire drive to our house. I didn't tell anyone about the fight, she insisted. Not even you. I believed her. My mother isn't one to air family dirty laundry, even to me. While my mother was still crying, Ethan continued, Uncle Mike says the book is behind the blue box. What book? I asked. What blue box? Ethan shrugged, already losing interest in the conversation. I don't know. He just says the book is behind the blue box in the attic. Later that evening, after Ethan was in bed, my mother called my brother. He was fine, very much alive and in Arizona. When she mentioned what Ethan had said about a book behind a blue box, there was a long silence on the line. According to my mother, my brother then explained that our grandfather, who died when I was in high school, had given him a rare book about their shared hobby of coin collecting. After our grandfather's death, my brother couldn't find the book and assumed it was lost. Our grandfather had told him it was behind the blue box in the attic, but my brother had searched and never found it. My mother went home early the next morning. 2 days later, she called to tell me she'd found the book, a valuable first edition, behind a blue storage container in a corner of her attic she hadn't searched before. I'm writing this all down because I don't know what else to do. The evidence is overwhelming. My 5-year-old son, my beautiful boy with his dinosaur obsession and his struggle with shoelaces and his precise lining up of toy cars, somehow has abilities I can't explain. Is he psychic? Can he see spirits? Is he some kind of medium? I don't have the vocabulary for this. All I know is that Ethan perceives things beyond what most of us can see or sense. We haven't told many people. Who would believe us? Who wouldn't think we were either lying or delusional? Even now, as I type this, part of me can't believe this is my reality. This morning, Ethan told me that Jesus says I shouldn't be afraid, that what he sees is natural, not scary, that some people just have different eyes. I'm trying to believe that. I'm trying to accept that my son's autism might somehow be connected to these abilities, that perhaps his brain is wired in a way that allows him to perceive frequencies or dimensions or whatever you want to call them, that most of us can't. I don't know what the future holds for Ethan. Will these abilities fade as he gets older? Will they intensify? How do I protect him in a world that might not understand? How do I guide him when I'm as lost as anyone? All I know is that my son sees what we can't, and I'm just trying to keep up. Story 16. I still wake up at night sometimes, drenched in sweat, my heart pounding against my rib cage. It's been 3 months since that cruise, and I can't bring myself to even look at the ocean anymore. I've cancelled my research trips, taken indefinite leave from the university, and some days I can barely leave my apartment. My therapist says I'm experiencing severe PTSD, but how do I explain what really happened when I don't even believe it myself? It was supposed to be a break. God knows I needed one. I'd spent the past 18 months buried in research for my book on maritime disasters, barely coming up for air. My colleagues at the history department kept telling me I looked like hell. My sister flat out said I was working myself to death. So when my friend Jamie won those tickets for the maiden voyage of the MV Elysium through some radio contest and couldn't go, I jumped at the chance. A week-long luxury cruise from New York to the Bahamas. It seemed perfect. The Elysium was breathtaking, this massive, gleaming white vessel with 15 decks, multiple pools, restaurants, a theater, even an art gallery. The company had spared no expense. When I boarded that sunny Friday afternoon, I remember thinking how much it reminded me of the grand ocean liners from the early 20th century, just with a modern twist. Marble floors, brass fixtures, dark wood paneling, all very elegant and old-school glamorous. My cabin was on deck 8, port side. It was gorgeous. King bed, sitting area, private balcony, all done up in soft blues and creams. For the first time in months, I felt myself relax. The ship was scheduled to depart at 7 that evening, so I unpacked, took a long shower, and headed up to the main deck for the sailing party. That's when I first felt it, this weird heaviness in the air. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but something felt off. I brushed it aside, blaming it on exhaustion and my tendency to overthink everything. The party was in full swing, champagne flowing, a live band playing, people laughing and excited about the journey ahead. I mingled a bit, chatted with some other passengers. Everyone seemed normal enough, honeymooners, retirees, families, the usual cruise crowd. As we pulled away from New York Harbor, I stood at the railing watching the city lights grow smaller. That's when I noticed an older man standing a few feet away, staring not at the receding shoreline, but directly at the ship itself. He wore a crew uniform, but something about it seemed slightly outdated. When he caught me looking, he turned and walked away so quickly I almost wondered if I'd imagined him. The first day passed uneventfully. I spent it lounging by the pool, reading novels instead of research materials for once, and eating way too much at the buffet. By evening, I was feeling more relaxed than I had in months. I went to the captain's welcome dinner, where Captain Blackwood gave a speech about the Elysium being the most advanced cruise ship ever built and how we were in for an unforgettable journey. Looking back, those words make me shiver. It was the second night when things started getting weird. I was in the Starlight Lounge after dinner, nursing a glass of wine and watching a jazz quartet when the lights flickered. Once, twice, then a longer dip where we were in darkness for maybe 5 seconds. When they came back on, the musicians looked confused but continued playing. A staff member quickly assured everyone it was just a minor electrical issue. I didn't think much of it until I returned to my cabin around 11. When I put my key card in the door, it swung open before the light even turned green, as if someone had already unlocked it. I stood there for a moment, hesitating, but the corridor was empty and quiet. I told myself housekeeping had probably just not closed it properly after turn-down service. But once inside, things felt wrong. The temperature was at least 10 degrees colder than the rest of the ship. My balcony door was firmly closed, yet there was this constant soft rushing sound, like waves breaking against the hull, which was impossible given my cabin's location on the ship. I tried to sleep, but kept jerking awake to the sound of my bathroom door opening and closing. Each time I got up to check, it was shut. Around 3 in the morning, I finally fell into a fitful sleep, only to be startled awake by my cabin door opening on its own. I sat bolt upright, heart racing. The door slowly swung open about halfway, revealing the empty corridor beyond, then closed again with a soft click. I called the front desk, and they sent security to check. The officer who came, Dave, according to his name tag, tested my door several times, but of course it worked perfectly while he was there. He checked my balcony door and the bathroom, finding nothing unusual. He offered to note it in the log, but clearly thought I was just another paranoid passenger. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. The next morning at breakfast, I overheard a couple at the next table talking in hushed voices about a missing passenger. Apparently, a woman hadn't returned to her cabin the previous night, and her husband was frantic. Security was supposedly conducting a discreet search of the ship. I felt a chill run down my spine. By midday, the rumors were everywhere. The missing woman was Janet Coleman, a 52-year-old from Chicago. She and her husband Richard were celebrating their 30th anniversary. They'd been at the casino until around midnight, when Janet said she was going to get some air on the promenade deck. Richard went to their cabin. When she hadn't returned by 2 a.m., he reported her missing. Then a second person disappeared, a college student named Mark Wilkins. His friends last saw him heading to the ship's nightclub around 1 in the morning. By afternoon, there was a tangible tension aboard the Elysium. Crew members moved through public areas in pairs, speaking in whispers. The afternoon activities were cancelled without explanation. Instead of making an announcement about the missing passengers, the cruise director appeared on the ship's channel with a strained smile, talking about a special extended stop at our first port of call the next day. The captain was nowhere to be seen. I'm not sure why I decided to explore the lower decks that afternoon. Professional curiosity maybe, or just restlessness. The ship seemed different somehow, quieter, emptier. The endless corridors with their identical cabin doors started to feel maze-like. I took the service elevator down, thinking I might find crew members who could give me the real story about what was happening. Deck 2 was mostly crew quarters and operational areas, all marked crew only. But at the far end of one corridor was an area sectioned off by a velvet rope with a small sign that read, "Restricted Area, Authorized Personnel Only." No explanation, no ship security, just that rope and sign. I stood there for a long moment debating. The historian in me couldn't resist. I glanced around, saw no one, and slipped past the rope. The corridor beyond was dimly lit, the walls a darker shade than the rest of the ship. The carpet muffled my footsteps as I moved forward. The air felt heavy and damp, with a faint smell of salt and something else, something musty and old, like books left too long in a basement. The corridor ended at a large unmarked door made of dark wood with tarnished brass fittings. I hesitated, hand on the doorknob. Every instinct told me to turn back, but I pushed the door open anyway. The room beyond was massive, much larger than seemed possible given the ship's layout. It was filled with what looked like old-fashioned ship cabins, arranged in rows like a strange indoor village. Each had a small door and a brass name plaque, but all the plaques were blank. The lighting was odd, a grayish glow that didn't seem to come from any visible source. I walked down the center aisle, running my fingers over the blank plaques. The cabin doors were all identical, dark wood with round portholes instead of peepholes. I tried one doorknob, locked, then another, also locked. That's when I heard the main door slam behind me. I spun around, heart hammering. The door I'd entered through was now closed, and in the dim light I could no longer see where it was among the rows of cabins. Panic rose in my throat as I hurried back the way I thought I'd come, but everything looked the same. The temperature plummeted suddenly, my breath fogged in front of my face. The grayish light flickered, and in that moment of darkness, I felt something brush past me, cold air or maybe fabric. When the light stabilized, a man stood about 20 feet away. He wore an old-fashioned maritime uniform, not modern cruise line attire, but something from perhaps the 1940s or 50s. His face was pale, almost translucent. He stared at me with hollow eyes. "Help me find them," he said, his voice echoing strangely. "They're all lost." I backed away, unable to speak. The man's image seemed to waver like a reflection in disturbed water. He took a step toward me, then another. "They're waiting to be found. Their names. Need their names." My back hit something solid, one of the cabin doors. I fumbled behind me for the knob, desperate for escape. To my shock, it turned. I practically fell backward into the small cabin. It was empty except for a narrow bed and a small porthole window. Through the window, impossibly, I could see the ocean rushing by, even though we had to be well within the interior of the ship. Without thinking, I scrambled to the window and wrenched it open. Cold sea air rushed in. The drop to the water looked to be about 30 feet. We were somehow on the outside of the ship. I heard footsteps approaching the cabin door. In desperation, I squeezed through the porthole, clinging to the outer ledge. Below me was a narrow maintenance deck I hadn't noticed before. I let go and dropped, landing hard but managing not to fall. I ran along the deck until I found a service door, yanked it open, and found myself in a brightly lit corridor near the ship's security office. I was shaking so badly I could barely stand. I burst into the security office, babbling about what I'd seen. The officers exchanged glances before one of them, a woman named Torres, took me to a small room with monitors showing security camera feeds. "Show me where you went," she said quietly. I pointed out the path I'd taken to the restricted area. Torres pulled up the footage. It showed me walking down corridors, passing the velvet rope, and then nothing. The camera feed for the restricted corridor showed only empty space where I should have been walking. Torres scrolled back through earlier footage. It showed other passengers, including Janet Coleman and Mark Wilkins, entering that same corridor. None of them ever came out. "What is that place?" I whispered. Torres didn't answer directly. Instead, she picked up a phone and said, "Captain, she found it." Within minutes, Captain Blackwood himself arrived. He looked nothing like the confident man who'd welcomed us aboard. His face was gray with exhaustion, eyes bloodshot. "How many have gone missing now?" he asked Torres. "7, she replied. The captain turned to me. "What did you see in there?" I told him everything. The room of empty cabins, the ghost-like man, my escape through the porthole. With each detail, he seemed to age before my eyes. "We need to go back," I said finally. "There are people trapped in there." The captain exchanged looks with Torres. "It's not that simple," he said, but I insisted. I found 3 other passengers who had also noticed strange things: a retired couple, the Harrises, and a young man named Eli who'd been looking for his missing friend Mark. Together, we convinced the captain to lead an expedition back to the restricted area. Armed with flashlights and walkie-talkies, our small group returned to the velvet rope. The captain used a key card to unlock a panel beside the door at the end of the corridor, revealing a much older mechanical lock. He produced an antique key. "The Elysium has a secret," he said, voice trembling slightly. "This section isn't on any of the public deck plans. It's older than the rest of the ship." "That's impossible," Mr. Harris said. "This is a brand new vessel." The captain inserted the key. "New ship, old soul." When the door swung open, the room beyond had changed. Instead of rows of cabins, there was just swirling mist, gray and thick, extending farther than our flashlight beams could penetrate. We stepped inside cautiously. The mist parted around us, revealing glimpses of the cabin structures I'd seen before, but they seemed to shift and change position when not directly observed. Then the figures appeared, not just the man I'd seen before, but dozens of translucent forms moving through the mist. Some wore clothing from different eras, others were in modern dress. Among them, I recognized Janet Coleman and Mark Wilkins, looking confused and afraid. The captain finally broke down and told us the truth. The Elysium wasn't just a ship. It was built incorporating salvaged parts from vessels that had disappeared in the Bermuda Triangle over the decades. The company had discovered that these materials contained something that attracted and trapped souls. "They designed it this way," he whispered. "A floating collection point. They told me it was just superstition, that nothing would really happen." We tried to reach the trapped passengers, but the mist kept shifting, keeping them just out of reach. Their voices echoed around us, some begging for help, others not seeming to know they were lost. The room started to change again, the mist thickening. The captain shouted for us to get out. As we ran for the door, I looked back and saw Janet Coleman reaching toward me, her mouth forming words I couldn't hear. The ship turned around that night. The official story was mechanical issues requiring immediate return to port. We docked in New York 3 days later. As passengers disembarked, I noticed men in dark suits interviewing people, collecting statements about unusual experiences. The Elysium never sailed again. It sits in a private dock in New Jersey now, under constant guard. The cruise line claimed financial problems and wrote off the ship as a loss. I still have nightmares about that room of empty cabins and the blank name plaques waiting to be filled. Sometimes I wake up certain that I can hear waves against a hull, even though I live miles from the ocean, and sometimes, when it's very quiet, I hear a voice whisper, "Help me find them." I don't know what happened to the missing passengers. The official report listed them as never boarded, despite multiple witnesses and their documented check-ins. I've tried contacting their families, but they either don't respond or insist their loved ones are on extended vacations. I keep thinking about what the captain said. New ship, old soul. What if the Elysium isn't the only vessel built this way? What if there are others out there, sailing with their hidden rooms of blank name plaques, waiting to be filled? Story 17. I've never been the type of person who believes in the paranormal. Ghost stories were just entertainment, and I always laughed at those ghost hunting shows where people freak out over the smallest sound or temperature change. But what happened in my home has completely changed my perspective, and I still can't explain it to this day. About 3 years ago, I moved into a modest house in the suburbs of Elmwood. It was nothing special. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a decent backyard, but it was mine, and that's all that mattered. The first year and a half were completely normal. I'd wake up, go to work as a graphic designer, come home, maybe hang out with friends on weekends, just regular, boring life stuff. Everything changed about 14 months ago. I remember it clearly because it was right after my 28th birthday. I'd gone to bed around 11, exhausted from a long day at work. I was lying on my stomach, something I rarely do, but my back had been hurting that day. I don't know how long I'd been asleep when it happened. I woke up suddenly, but something was wrong. There was this intense static sensation filling my head like when your foot falls asleep, but inside my skull. The ringing in my ears was deafening, not like the mild tinnitus I sometimes get after concerts, but an overwhelming high-pitched whine that seemed to drown out everything else. The worst part, I couldn't move, not even a finger. I was completely frozen, lying there on my stomach, my face half buried in my pillow. I couldn't even open my mouth to call for help, and the entire time, I had this overwhelming certainty that something was watching me from the corner of my room. I could feel eyes boring into my back. I'd read about sleep paralysis before, so despite the panic rushing through me, I tried to rationalize what was happening. It's just your brain waking up before your body, I kept thinking. It'll pass in a minute. But knowing what it might be didn't make it any less terrifying. The episode probably lasted less than a minute, but it felt like an eternity. When I finally could move again, I sat bolt upright, flipped on every light in my bedroom, and checked all the corners. Nothing. Just my furniture and the pile of laundry I'd been meaning to put away. I brushed it off as a weird, one-time thing. I'd been stressed at work, not sleeping well, maybe drinking a bit too much coffee. Classic sleep paralysis, right? Nothing to worry about. For about 3 months, everything went back to normal. I almost forgot about the incident, aside from occasionally joking about it with friends. Yeah, I had sleep paralysis once. Scared the crap out of me, but it was probably just stress. Then came the second incident. This one was different and worse because I couldn't explain it away as easily. I was lying in bed, scrolling through my phone before sleep. It was around 1 in the morning, and I was just about to put my phone down when I felt it. My mattress sank down at the foot of my bed, as if someone had sat down on it. Not a slight depression, a significant, unmistakable weight. My blood ran cold. This wasn't sleep paralysis because I could move just fine. I froze by choice, gripped by a fear so intense it made my chest hurt. After what felt like forever, I slowly turned my head to look at the foot of my bed. Nothing was there. The depression in the mattress remained for a couple of seconds after I looked, and then it released, like whatever had been sitting there had stood up. I slept with the lights on that night, and the next, and the next. I started researching explanations. Maybe the springs in my mattress were giving out. I checked underneath, but my mattress was relatively new and in good condition. Could it have been a small earthquake? Elmwood doesn't get them often, but it's not unheard of. I checked online, but there were no reports of seismic activity that night. I even considered that maybe I was experiencing some kind of hypnagogic hallucination, those weird sensations people sometimes get when they're falling asleep. But I hadn't been on the verge of sleep. I'd been wide awake, looking at my phone. After a week or so of sleeping poorly, I started to convince myself that maybe I'd imagined it. The mind can play tricks when you're tired, right? I didn't want to be the guy who thought his house was haunted, so I pushed it down and tried to forget about it. That worked for a few more months. Spring turned to summer, and I spent less time in my bedroom, staying out later with friends, enjoying the good weather. The memory of those two strange occurrences faded a bit, though I still occasionally found myself checking the corners of my room before turning out the light. Then came the third incident, the one I still can't rationalize away, no matter how hard I try. It was a Thursday night in August, hot and sticky, even with the AC running. I'd gone to bed around midnight but couldn't sleep because of the heat. Around 2:50 in the morning, I remember looking at my phone right before it happened. I was lying on my side, headphones in, listening to a podcast to try and distract myself from the heat and hopefully drift off. I was in that weird state between awake and asleep, where you're still aware of your surroundings, but your thoughts are starting to get dreamlike. Then I felt it. 3 distinct taps on my upper back. Tap, tap, tap. Not gentle, but forceful, like someone was trying to get my attention, and not with a stick or an object. It felt exactly like a finger. I spun around so fast I yanked my headphones out. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. But just like before, there was nothing there. No one standing by my bed, no one hiding in the corners. The door to my bedroom was still closed. The window was still locked. I got out of bed and turned on every light in the house. I checked every room, every closet, under every piece of furniture. I even went outside and walked around the perimeter of my house, looking for signs that someone might have broken in. Nothing was disturbed. All doors and windows were locked from the inside. When I got back to my bedroom, I noticed something that made my skin crawl. On the wall next to my bed, there were 3 small marks that I'd never noticed before. They were faint, like someone had pressed their finger against the paint with enough force to leave an indentation, but not enough to break through. They were arranged in a row, about an inch apart, just like the taps I'd felt on my back. I spent the rest of that night sitting in my living room with all the lights on, a baseball bat beside me. I didn't go back to my bedroom until the sun was up. The next day, I went to a local electronics store and bought a night vision camera. I set it up in the corner of my bedroom, pointing at my bed. I needed to know what was happening while I slept. Was I sleepwalking? Was there actually something in my house? I had to find out. For the first few nights, nothing happened. The footage just showed me sleeping, occasionally shifting positions. No mysterious shadows, no unexplained movements. I started to think maybe it was all in my head after all. Then, about a week after I set up the camera, I woke up to that same static feeling in my head, the same ear ringing, the same paralysis. It lasted longer this time, maybe 2 or 3 minutes. When it finally passed, I immediately checked the camera. What I saw made my blood run cold. The footage showed me lying in bed, clearly asleep. Then, at exactly 3:17 a.m., the image became distorted. Not like someone had tampered with it, but like there was some kind of electromagnetic interference. The distortion lasted for exactly the duration of my paralysis episode. When the picture cleared, I could be seen sitting up in bed, looking around frantically. I showed the footage to a friend who works in IT. He couldn't explain it. There was no power surge in the house that night. None of my other electronics had been affected. The camera was less than a week old, and it worked perfectly fine after that night. There was no logical explanation for why the footage would be distorted for precisely those few minutes. Over the next few weeks, I experienced the paralysis episodes more frequently, always accompanied by that distortion on the camera. Sometimes I'd feel the mattress sink, or I'd hear footsteps in my room when the footage showed no one there. Once, I even woke up with 3 small bruises on my back. in exactly the same spot where I'd felt those taps. I've tried everything. I had the house checked for carbon monoxide. I saw a doctor to rule out any medical conditions that might cause hallucinations or sleep disturbances. I even had a priest come and bless the house, despite not being religious myself. Nothing has worked. Last week, I captured something on the camera that I still can't explain. At 3:17 a.m., always that exact time, the distortion started. But this time, when the picture cleared, something was different. There was a shadow next to my bed that hadn't been there before. Not a shadow cast by an object, but a shadow that seemed to have depth and dimension, like a hole in reality. It stayed for about 30 seconds, then disappeared. I'm writing this now because I don't know what else to do. I can't move. I've sunk too much money into this house, and with the current market, I'd lose thousands if I sold now. I can't tell most people because they'd think I'm crazy. Whatever is in my house, it's getting bolder. It started with just making its presence known through sleep paralysis. Then it escalated to making me feel it sit on my bed, then to physically touching me. And now, it's starting to show itself on camera. I don't know what it wants. I don't know why it chose me or my house. All I know is that tonight I'll go to bed, and at 3:17 a.m. I'll wake up with that static in my head, that ringing in my ears, and the absolute certainty that I'm not alone. Story 18. I've been wanting to share this for a long time, but honestly, I've been too freaked out to write it all down. Even now, 3 years later, my hands are shaking as I type this. I know how it sounds. Trust me, I've heard all the explanations. Sleep paralysis, hypnagogic hallucination, medication side effects. But I know what I saw that night, and it wasn't just in my head. For context, I was 22 at the time and had just completed a 90-day stay at a Christian-based recovery program for my issues with alcohol and depression. The program was intense, daily prayer sessions, group therapy, the whole deal. I wasn't particularly religious before going in, but something about the structure helped me, and I started to embrace some of those spiritual elements. That night, I was back at my parents' house. They had reluctantly let me move back in after treatment, and I could tell they were walking on eggshells around me. My dad had installed a new lock on my bedroom door, not to keep me in, but to give me privacy. My mom had cleaned my room and put fresh sheets on the bed. Little gestures that somehow made me feel both loved and infantilized at the same time. I remember going to bed around 11 that night. My old bedroom felt both familiar and strange. The same posters on the walls, the same dent in the drywall from when I'd thrown my phone during a fight with my ex, but it felt smaller somehow, like I'd outgrown it. I took my meds, just the prescribed ones now, and crawled under the covers. The dream started almost immediately. I was in a place called Color Me Mine. You know, one of those pottery painting places where you can also get coffee. Except in the dream, it was much bigger than any real Color Me Mine I'd ever been to. The lighting was weird, too bright in some spots, shadowy in others. I was sitting at a table by myself, painting a mug, but the paint kept changing colors against my will. Then I noticed a middle-aged woman sweeping the floor. She had gray-streaked hair pulled back in a messy bun and was wearing what looked like a janitor's uniform. Nothing particularly scary about her, just a normal-looking older woman. But then she stopped sweeping and looked directly at me. "Jenna," she said. I froze because I hadn't told anyone my name. Jenna Marie Calloway. Born April 7th. Parents divorced when you were 14. Failed out of community college last year. My heart started pounding. How did she know all this? I'd never seen this woman before in my life. She leaned on her broom and tilted her head. "So what are you planning to do now that they've kicked you out of treatment? You think you're really better? You think you deserve to be better?" I opened my mouth to answer, to defend myself, when the most horrific sound I've ever heard ripped through the air. It was a scream. But not like any human scream. It was rage distilled into sound, hatred given voice. It was so loud it felt like my eardrums would burst. I jerked awake in my bed, my heart racing, but the scream didn't stop. It continued for another few seconds before fading away, like someone turning down the volume dial. That's when I knew I wasn't dreaming anymore. The scream had followed me into the waking world. I lay there frozen, waiting for my parents to rush in. Their bedroom was just down the hall. There's no way they hadn't heard that ungodly noise, but nobody came. The house remained silent, except for the faint hum of the air conditioner. Then I felt it, a presence, right there in the room with me. To the left of my bed, near the window where the streetlight cast a dim orange glow through the blinds. I didn't want to look. Every instinct in my body screamed at me not to turn my head, but I couldn't help it. And there she was. It was the woman from my dream, but wrong. Her face was gaunt, skin stretched tight over bones that seemed too sharp, too angular to be human. Her eyes were sunken but somehow also bulging, glowing with a yellowish light that didn't illuminate anything around her. Her mouth was open impossibly wide, lips pulled back in a snarl that revealed blackened gums and teeth that looked filed to points. She wasn't making any sound now, but her expression was one of pure, undiluted hatred, directed at me. I tried to scream but couldn't. Tried to move but my body wouldn't respond. I was completely paralyzed, could only breathe in short, shallow gasps that didn't provide enough oxygen. My vision started to tunnel, black edges creeping in, but I couldn't look away from her. In that moment, I was absolutely certain I was going to die. This thing, because it wasn't a woman, not really, was going to kill me, and my parents would find my body in the morning with no explanation. Then, from somewhere deep within me, I remembered what they'd taught us in the recovery program, about calling on something greater than ourselves in moments of darkness. I'm not saying I had some profound religious conversion in that moment. It was pure survival instinct. But I started to pray in my mind, the words tumbling over each other in my panic. Please help me. Please protect me. I'm trying to get better. I want to live. Please don't let it hurt me. I don't know how long I prayed like that. Could have been seconds or minutes. But as I did, something changed. The entity's expression shifted. The snarl remained. The hatred still burned in those awful eyes. But something else appeared too. A flicker of frustration, like it was encountering an obstacle it hadn't expected. I kept praying, mentally screaming the words now, and the thing began to, not exactly fade, but become less substantial, like watching a photograph slowly being erased from the edges inward. The last part to disappear was those horrible eyes, still fixed on me with a promise, I'll be back. And then it was gone. I lay there for what felt like hours, too terrified to move, afraid that any motion would somehow summon it back. Eventually, exhaustion overcame fear, and I must have fallen asleep because the next thing I remember is sunlight streaming through the blinds and my mom knocking on my door. "Jenna, are you up? I made pancakes." I dragged myself to breakfast, looking like absolute hell. My mom noticed immediately. "Honey, are you okay? Did you sleep at all?" When I told her what happened, her face went through a series of expressions: concern, confusion, and finally that slightly patronizing smile parents get when they think you're being silly. "Sweetheart, it was just a nightmare, probably triggered by the stress of coming home. The doctor said your medication might cause vivid dreams too." "Mom, I was awake. I saw it while I was awake." She reached across the table and patted my hand. Dreams can feel very real, especially when you're between sleeping and waking. Remember when you were little and thought there was a monster under your bed? I gave up trying to convince her. What was the point? I knew what I'd seen, and it wasn't a dream. Dreams don't continue after you wake up. Dreams don't make sounds that follow you into reality. That night, I pushed my dresser in front of the window and slept with all the lights on. I did the same thing for weeks afterward. My parents thought I was having some kind of relapse or breakdown, but I didn't care. I wasn't going to give that thing an easy opportunity to return. It never did come back, at least not in the same way. But sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I'll feel a sudden chill in a room, or catch a glimpse of movement in my peripheral vision that vanishes when I turn to look. And occasionally, I'll have dreams of that color me mine place, though the woman never appears. Over time, I've developed a theory about what happened that night. In treatment, I'd finally decided to fight for my life, to claw my way out of the darkness I'd been living in. I think whatever that entity was, demon, spirit, manifestation of my own self-hatred, whatever you want to call it, it was angry about that. It wanted me to give up, to surrender to despair. It fed on suffering and didn't want to lose its meal ticket. The fact that I was determined to get better, to live, that's what enraged it. And maybe that's also why the praying worked. Not because of any specific religious power, but because it represented my refusal to give up, my connection to something life-affirming rather than destructive. I still don't know exactly what visited me that night. Sometimes I almost convince myself it was just a particularly vivid episode of sleep paralysis. But then I remember the hatred in those eyes, a hatred so personal, so focused on me specifically. No random hallucination could contain that level of malevolence. Whatever it was, I sense it's still out there somewhere, waiting. But I'm stronger now. I've stayed sober, gone back to school, started rebuilding relationships. Every step forward feels like another barrier between me and that entity. Sometimes I wonder if other people have encountered similar things in their darkest moments. If there are forces out there that prey on human suffering and try to prevent healing. I don't talk about it much. Who would believe me? But I know what I saw, and I know it was real. The woman in my dream knew everything about me. The entity in my room knew what I feared most. And 3 years later, I still sleep with a small light on, still say a little prayer before bed each night. Not because I'm particularly religious, but because it worked once before. And if that thing ever comes back, I'll be ready. Story 19. I've never been able to shake what happened at my grandmother's apartment. It's been 3 years, but I still get chills thinking about it. I wasn't planning to share this, but after reading similar experiences here, I feel like maybe someone can help me make sense of it. I moved in with my grandmother temporarily when I was 22. My parents were relocating to another state for work, and I was between jobs and apartments. Grandma lived in this small 2-bedroom place in an older building. Nothing fancy, just your typical apartment with thin walls and creaky floors. She was happy to have me stay with her for a few months until I figured things out. The first couple of weeks were uneventful. Grandma was 83 at the time, but still pretty independent. She had her routines, and I had mine. I've struggled with insomnia since high school, so I was often awake when everyone else was sleeping. This meant I quickly learned Grandma's nighttime habits. Every night around 2 or 3 in the morning, she'd wake up, shuffle quietly to the bathroom, sometimes get a glass of water from the kitchen, and occasionally peek into my room before heading back to bed. I always thought it was sweet how she checked on me, even though I was an adult. One night in mid-October, I was having a particularly bad bout of insomnia. The digital clock on my nightstand read 2:37 when I heard the familiar sound of Grandma's bedroom door opening. I kept my eyes closed, pretending to be asleep like I usually did. I heard the bathroom door open and close, then the soft padding of her slippers on the hardwood floor. A few minutes later, I sensed someone enter my room. I kept my eyes shut, expecting to hear the door close again in a few seconds. But the presence lingered. I could feel someone standing by my bed, just watching me. It went on for what felt like forever, though it was probably only 30 seconds or so. Curiosity got the better of me, and I opened one eye slightly. Through my eyelashes, I could make out what appeared to be my grandmother standing at the side of my bed. I recognized her silhouette immediately. Her slightly hunched back from years of osteoporosis, her curly short hair that always looked a bit wild at night, even the outline of the housecoat she always wore. But something felt off. She was completely still, not moving at all, just staring down at me. I thought maybe she was checking if I was awake, so I kept pretending to sleep. That's when the figure moved closer and reached for my sheets. Grandma often did this. She'd tuck me in if my blankets were messy, a habit from when I was a kid that she never outgrew. I figured I'd been caught anyway, so I sat up and laughed softly. "Caught you, Grandma," I whispered, not wanting to make too much noise in the quiet apartment. "I'm fine. Go back to bed." The figure didn't respond. It didn't stop either. It just continued reaching for my sheets, moving closer to me. That's when my blood ran cold. The room was dark, but there was enough light from the street lamps outside my window to see that something wasn't right. The figure looked like Grandma, but there was something wrong about it. I couldn't see any facial features clearly, just darkness where her face should have been. And despite moving, there was no sound, no creaking floorboards, no rustling clothes, no breathing. "Grandma," I said louder, my heart starting to race. Still no response, just that steady, silent approach. I don't know what came over me, but pure instinct kicked in. I grabbed my pillow and started swinging it at the figure while screaming for my grandmother. "Grandma, Grandma, help!" The pillow met no resistance. It swung through the figure like it was nothing but air, but the figure reacted. It stopped moving toward me. It just stood there, watching, while I continued to scream and swing my pillow. That's when I heard something that turned my blood to ice. The sound of my actual grandmother snoring in her room. The rhythmic, familiar sound I'd heard every night for weeks was coming from down the hall, not from the figure standing in front of me. I fumbled for the lamp on my nightstand and finally hit the switch. In the split second before the light came on, I saw the shadowy figure begin to fade, like smoke dispersing in a breeze. By the time the room was illuminated, it was gone, just gone. My door burst open seconds later, and there was my real grandmother looking confused and frightened. "Rebecca, what's wrong? Why are you screaming?" she asked, clutching her robe around her. I couldn't speak at first. How could I explain what I'd just seen, that I'd seen her, or something that looked exactly like her, standing in my room while she was actually asleep in her bed? I had a nightmare," I finally managed to say. I didn't want to scare her, especially not in the middle of the night. "I'm sorry I woke you." She didn't look convinced, but didn't push it. She sat on the edge of my bed for a while, patting my hand until I calmed down. Eventually, she went back to her room, though I noticed she left both our doors open that night. I didn't sleep a wink. I kept the light on and sat upright in bed until morning, jumping at every sound. When daylight finally came, I felt a little braver and decided to search my room. I don't know what I expected to find. The figure had vanished into thin air, but I needed to do something to convince myself I wasn't losing my mind. Of course, I found nothing unusual, no evidence that anyone or anything had been in my room besides me and my actual grandmother when she came to check on me after my screaming. Over breakfast, I tried to casually ask Grandma if she'd ever experienced anything strange in the apartment. "Like what?" she asked, eyeing me over her coffee mug. "I don't know. Weird noises. Things moving around, maybe seeing things," I suggested, trying to sound nonchalant. She put her mug down slowly. "Is this about last night? That didn't seem like just a nightmare to me, Rebecca." I broke down and told her everything. To my surprise, she didn't look shocked or disbelieving. Instead, she nodded thoughtfully. "Mrs. Kravitz in apartment 412 said something similar happened to her last year," she said. "She thought she saw her late husband standing by her bed one night, nearly gave her a heart attack." "Do you think the building is haunted?" I asked, feeling slightly ridiculous even saying it out loud. Grandma shrugged. "This building's been here since the 1950s. A lot of people have lived and died here over the years. Who knows what sticks around?" Her casualness about the whole thing almost made it worse. If she had dismissed it completely, maybe I could have convinced myself it really was just a vivid nightmare or sleep paralysis. But her acceptance of the possibility made it real. That day, I went to the local library and used their computers to research the history of the apartment building. I couldn't find anything particularly sinister, no mass murders or tragic deaths that made the news. Just an ordinary apartment building where ordinary people had lived ordinary lives. I considered moving out, but where would I go? My parents were still in the process of relocating, and I didn't have the money for my own place yet. Besides, I couldn't leave Grandma alone if there was something supernatural happening in her apartment. For the next few nights, I barely slept. I kept my light on and my phone nearby, ready to record if the figure appeared again. Nothing happened, just the usual sounds of Grandma getting up once during the night, using the bathroom, and going back to bed. After a week of nothing unusual, I started to relax a little. Maybe it had been a one-time thing, some weird glitch in reality that wouldn't repeat itself. Then came the night that confirmed I hadn't imagined anything. It was around 3 in the morning. I'd finally managed to fall asleep around midnight, exhausted from days of insomnia and anxiety. Something woke me. Not a sound, but a feeling. That same feeling of being watched. I opened my eyes and saw it again. The figure that looked like my grandmother was standing at the foot of my bed. Same hunched posture, same wild curly hair, same house coat. This time, though, I could see it more clearly. It wasn't solid. The streetlight from outside was visible through it, like looking through smoke or fog. I froze, unable to scream or move. The figure didn't approach me this time. It just stood there, watching. Then, slowly, it raised one arm and pointed at me. No, not at me, past me, at the wall behind my bed. Despite my terror, I felt compelled to look. I turned my head slightly, keeping one eye on the figure. There was nothing unusual about the wall, just the faded floral wallpaper Grandma had put up years ago. When I looked back, the figure was closer, now at the side of my bed. I hadn't seen or heard it move. It was still pointing, more insistently now. "What?" I whispered, my voice barely audible. "What do you want?" The figure didn't respond. It just kept pointing. Then, slowly, it lowered its arm and turned away from me. It moved toward the wall it had been pointing at and then walked through it, just phased right through the solid wall like it wasn't there. I sat there in shock for several minutes before I could move. When I finally did, I turned on every light in my room and examined the wall. It looked completely normal. I knocked on it, solid. I pressed my ear against it. Nothing unusual, just the faint sounds of the building settling. The next morning I asked Grandma about that wall. Was there ever a door there, or maybe a different room layout? She looked confused. "Not that I know of. This building has always had the same floor plan as far as I'm aware. Why do you ask?" I made up some excuse about thinking I heard noises in the wall. She suggested it might be pipes or maybe mice, though she'd never had a rodent problem before. Later that day, while Grandma was at her weekly bridge game, I did something I'm not proud of. I went through her old papers and photos looking for, I don't know what, some clue maybe. In a box under her bed, I found old family albums. Flipping through them, I saw photos of Grandma when she was younger. She looked so much like me at my age that it was almost eerie. Then I found a photo that made me drop the album. It was a picture of a woman who looked remarkably like my grandmother, but it wasn't her. The resemblance was uncanny. The same curly hair, similar features, but the name written on the back was Esther 1949. I knew my grandmother's name was Margaret. When Grandma came home, I showed her the photo. "Who's Esther?" I asked. Her face changed. "Where did you find this?" I admitted to snooping, apologizing profusely. She wasn't angry, just sad. "Esther was my mother, your great-grandmother," she explained. "She died in 1952, just after this building was constructed. She never lived here." "She looks so much like you," I said. Grandma nodded. "Everyone used to say we could be twins, just born in different eras. She died young, had a heart attack in her sleep. I was only 12. A chill ran down my spine. Was she known for checking on you at night?" Grandma looked at me strangely. "How did you know that?" "Yes, every night before she went to bed, and sometimes in the middle of the night if she woke up. She'd tuck me in, even when I was too old for it. Said she couldn't sleep unless she knew I was safe." I showed her the photo again. "Grandma, I think this is who I saw in my room. I moved out of Grandma's apartment a week later, once my parents had settled enough for me to join them. I never told them why I suddenly changed my mind about staying with Grandma longer. How could I explain that I thought I was being visited by my great-grandmother's ghost? The night before I left, I sat in my room, unable to sleep as usual. Part of me was hoping to see the figure again, to get some closure, to understand what it wanted, but it never appeared. As I was packing the last of my things in the morning, I noticed something odd about the wall the figure had pointed to. In the daylight, I could see a slight discoloration in the wallpaper, a rectangular shape about the size of a door. When I mentioned it to Grandma, she looked surprised. You know, now that you pointed out, I think there might have been a door there originally. The building superintendent mentioned once that some apartments had connecting doors between bedrooms that were sealed up during renovations in the 60s. I've spent the last 3 years trying to make sense of what happened in that apartment. Was it really the spirit of my great-grandmother Esther checking on me like she used to check on her daughter? Was she trying to show me something behind that wall? Or was it something else entirely, something darker, just pretending to be a familiar figure? I still don't know, but sometimes, when I'm half asleep, I swear I can feel someone watching me, checking to make sure I'm safe. And sometimes, just sometimes, I think I catch a glimpse of a hunched figure with wild curly hair out of the corner of my eye. Story 20. I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about what happened. I feel like I need to put this down somewhere because keeping it bottled up is driving me insane. I'm 17 now, but this all started when I was just 10 years old. We lived in rural Pennsylvania back then. Our house was this old farmhouse surrounded by woods that my dad got for cheap after his promotion. I used to love those woods. They were my escape whenever my parents fought, which was pretty much all the time. One day in early October, I was wandering deeper into the forest than usual. I remember it was weirdly quiet. No birds, no squirrels, nothing, just dead silence. The sun was starting to set, casting these long shadows between the trees. I was about to head back when I felt this pressure, like when you're underwater and your ears need to pop, but all over my body. That's when I saw it, standing between 2 oak trees about 30 feet away. It was so tall, easily 10 feet. With chalk-white skin that didn't look right. Not like makeup or paint, but like that's just what it was. Its body was massive, like a bodybuilder on steroids, but the proportions were wrong. Its arms hung down past its knees, and its fingers were too long, but the worst part was its face. It had these tiny black eyes, like a doll's, but they seemed to swallow all the light around them. No nose that I could see, just a thin line for a mouth. I couldn't move. It wasn't like I was frozen in fear, though I was terrified. It was like it was holding me there with its eyes. I felt myself wanting to walk toward it. My body started moving on its own. 1 step, 2 steps. I couldn't stop. Then my mum's voice cut through the air, calling me for dinner. The spell broke instantly. I turned and ran, not looking back once. I told my parents I'd seen a bear, and they just told me to be more careful. For months after that, I had nightmares, but eventually they faded. We moved to Texas when I was 13 because Dad got transferred again. I thought I'd left it all behind. Last year I made friends with these 2 kids online through a gaming server, Shia and Catan. Not their real names, obviously. Shia was 16 and lived in Washington State, while Catan was 14 and from Florida. We hit it off right away, gaming almost every night and video chatting on Discord. They became my best friends. About 6 months ago, Shai messaged me privately, asking if I believed in monsters. I laughed it off at first, but then she described seeing something in the woods behind her house. Something tall and white with black eyes that made her feel like she needed to go to it. My blood ran cold. I hadn't told anyone about what I'd seen in Pennsylvania. Not a soul. I confessed everything to her, and we spent hours comparing notes. The descriptions matched perfectly. We called it the Demo Walker as a joke at first, short for Demon Walker, but the name stuck. A week later, I was up late studying for a math test. My parents were asleep and the house was dead quiet. I got up to use the bathroom, and when I turned to go back to my room, I saw it standing perfectly still next to my bathroom door, just watching. I blinked, and it was gone. I convinced myself it was sleep deprivation. I didn't tell She because I didn't want to freak her out more, but 3 days later, while on a group call with both She and Catan suddenly went quiet mid-sentence. "Mia," he finally said, his voice shaking. "Who's that standing on your stairs?" I was alone in the house. I spun around, and for a split second I saw it, the demo walker standing halfway up my staircase. Then it was gone. Catan saw it through my webcam, through a freaking webcam. We told him everything, and he believed us immediately. That's when things started getting worse for all of us. The nightmares came back, but they were different now. In these dreams, I'd watch helplessly as the demo walkers tore She and Catan apart, while one of them held me down. I'd wake up gasping for air, my sheets soaked with sweat. She started hearing noises outside her window at night, a weird hissing sound like air escaping from a tire, but rhythmic, almost like speech. Catan's little brother started talking about the tall white man who stood in his closet at night. We researched everything we could about similar creatures. Slender Man was the obvious comparison, but this was different. These things existed before those stories. We found obscure forum posts describing similar entities dating back to the early 2000s. People in completely different parts of the country reporting the same thing. 3 months ago, I was home alone again. My parents were at some work function. It was raining hard, thunder shaking the windows. I was video chatting with Shie and Catan when the power went out. My laptop was still running on battery, but the house was pitch black. "Guys, my power's out," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Get somewhere safe," Shie immediately responded. "Bathroom, maybe? Somewhere with no windows." I grabbed my phone for the flashlight and headed toward the bathroom. That's when I heard it. Wind chimes. But we didn't have wind chimes, and they were coming from inside the house. I froze in the hallway, my phone's light barely cutting through the darkness. The chiming sound grew louder, coming from the living room. Then I heard the hissing, that same sound She had described. "Mia, what's happening?" Catan's voice came from my laptop, but I couldn't answer. I was paralyzed. My phone's light flickered, and suddenly, there were 3 of them. 3 demo walkers standing in my living room, their white bodies practically glowing in the darkness. The tallest one took a step toward me. The floorboard creaked under its weight. They were physical. Real. I ran to my parents' bedroom, slammed the door, and pushed the dresser against it. I could hear Shie and Catan yelling from my laptop, which I dropped in the hallway. The hissing grew louder outside the door. The wind chime sound was constant now. Something heavy pressed against the door, making the dresser slide inch by inch. I called 911, but when the operator answered, all I could hear was that damn hissing through the phone. I hung up and called my parents. Same thing. The demo walkers were somehow interfering with my calls. The dresser moved another inch. I was trapped. I crawled under the bed, clutching my phone, tears streaming down my face. The bedroom door finally opened. I saw 3 pairs of impossibly long white feet enter the room. They moved wrong, like they had too many joints. They stood there for what felt like hours, hissing to each other. I held my breath, praying they wouldn't find me. Eventually, the feet moved out of the room. I stayed under that bed until my parents came home an hour later. They found me shaking and crying, but of course there was no sign of the demo walkers. My parents thought I'd had some kind of breakdown from stress. They made me see a therapist who diagnosed me with anxiety and prescribed medication. But the pills don't stop the demo walkers from appearing. 2 weeks ago, Shai stopped responding to our messages. Catan and I tried calling her, emailing her, everything. Nothing. Her Discord shows she hasn't been online since then. I'm terrified something happened to her. Catan's been seeing them more frequently now. He says they stand outside his window at night, just watching. Sometimes he wakes up to find his bedroom door open when he knows he closed it before going to sleep. Once, he found weird, muddy footprints in his bathroom, far too big to be human. Last week, I woke up to find my laptop open, displaying a video call that I didn't remember starting. It was just static, but I could hear that hissing sound through the speakers. When I checked the call history, it said I had been on a call with Shai for 6 hours, but Shai's been missing for weeks. The night before last, I woke up at exactly 3:15 in the morning. My room was freezing cold. Standing at the foot of my bed was a demo walker, but this one was different. It wore what looked like Shai's favorite hoodie. It didn't move, just stood there staring at me with those black eyes. When I screamed, my parents came running, but it was gone by the time they got there. Yesterday, Catan sent me a picture of his arm. There were 3 long, thin scratches from his shoulder to his wrist. "I didn't do this," was all his message said. I haven't heard from him since. The wind chimes started again last night. They're getting louder. I can hear them right now, even though my windows are closed and we don't own wind chimes. The hissing comes and goes. Sometimes it sounds like it's saying my name. I don't know why they chose us, why they chose me first. Was it random chance that I encountered one in those Pennsylvania woods 7 years ago? Or was I somehow marked for this? And why did they find she and Catan after they became friends with me? Did I somehow lead these things to them? My parents don't believe me. The therapist thinks I'm having shared delusions with my online friends, but I know what I've seen. What we've all seen. I'm writing this down because I'm afraid I might be next. After she disappeared and now Catan going silent, I feel like they're closing in. The medication makes me drowsy, but I'm afraid to sleep. Every time I close my eyes, I see those black beady eyes staring back at me. There's one outside my window right now, just standing there in the backyard looking up at me. It hasn't moved for hours. I've closed the blinds, but I know it's still there, waiting. The wind chimes are getting louder. Story 21. I still can't sleep with the lights off. It's been 7 years since I stayed at my uncle's house in Colombia, but some nights I still wake up at exactly 3 in the morning, my body covered in cold sweat, feeling like someone is watching me. My uncle Miguel had always dreamed of building his own home. After years of saving money working in construction, he finally bought a piece of land in a new development about an hour outside of Bogotá. The neighborhood was being built on what used to be part of a massive hacienda from the colonial era. The property was beautiful, rolling hills, amazing views of the mountains, and surprisingly affordable, too affordable looking back. My family had known about the land's dark history, but it was always mentioned in passing, like something from the distant past that didn't matter anymore. The hacienda had been owned by a cruel Spanish family in the 1800s. The stories said they treated their workers like animals, hanging people for minor offenses, shooting them for sport, and worse things I don't even want to type out. The women who worked there suffered the most. My grandmother used to say that the soil in that region was fertilized with blood and tears. Uncle Miguel's lot specifically had a reputation. The older people in nearby towns claimed that a massive ceiba tree once stood there, the hanging tree. When they cleared the land for construction, the workers found old rusted chains buried in the dirt. The foreman told my uncle they were probably just from old farm equipment, but now I'm not so sure. When the house was finished, it looked amazing. 2 bedrooms, a large kitchen, and a beautiful garden that my Aunt Teresa filled with colorful flowers. My cousins, Lucia, 17, and Marco, 13, each had their own room, and my aunt and uncle had converted part of the living room into their bedroom. It wasn't huge, but it was their dream home. I was 15 when I first visited them after they'd moved in. Everything seemed normal at first. We had a big family dinner that first night, with my parents and my younger sister. Uncle Miguel grilled meat in the backyard, and we ate outside under the stars. Everyone was happy. After dinner, I noticed Lucia seemed quiet, not her usual self. When I asked if she was okay, she just shrugged and said she hadn't been sleeping well. "Just bad dreams," she said, looking away. I didn't push it. That night, I heard Lucia screaming. I was sleeping on the couch in the living room, and her screams cut through the quiet house like a knife. I sat up, heart pounding, as my uncle and aunt rushed to her room. They closed the door behind them, but I could hear my aunt trying to calm her down. It's just a nightmare, Mihisha, just a nightmare. The next morning at breakfast, no one mentioned what had happened. Lucia looked exhausted with dark circles under her eyes. My aunt kept giving her worried glances. When my parents went outside with my uncle to look at his garden, my aunt finally spoke about it. She's been having these dreams for weeks now, she whispered to my mom. Always the same, a black man trying to force himself on her. She says he smells like dirt and death. My mom suggested it might be stress from moving to a new place, but my aunt shook her head. The dreams are getting worse, more real. Last week she woke up with scratches on her thighs. She says she can feel him touching her now, even when she's awake. I pretended not to hear, but those words sent a chill down my spine. That same day, I noticed Lucia flinch when walking past certain areas of the house, especially the hallway leading to her bedroom. 2 nights later, it happened. I woke up around 2 in the morning to get some water and saw a light on in Lucia's room. I heard her whimpering. Thinking she was having another nightmare, I went to check on her. When I got to her door, I heard her begging, "Please stop. Please, get off me." Her voice sounded so small, so terrified. I knocked on the door. "Lucia, you okay?" No answer, just that same whimpering. I opened the door slightly and peeked in. What I saw will haunt me forever. Lucia was on her bed, her body pressed down into the mattress as if something heavy was on top of her. Her nightgown was pushed up around her waist, and her legs were spread apart, but there was nothing there, nothing I could see anyway. She was fighting against something invisible, her hands pushing at the air above her chest. "Lucia!" I shouted, rushing in. The moment I entered, her body relaxed, like whatever had been on top of her had suddenly released her. She gasped for air, then her eyes rolled back and she passed out. I screamed for my aunt and uncle. They rushed in, and my aunt screamed when she saw Lucia. There were fresh bruises forming on her wrists and inner thighs, dark finger-shaped marks. My uncle carried her to the car, and they drove to the hospital, leaving me with Marco and my parents. When they returned the next morning, Lucia was sedated. The doctors had documented the bruises but couldn't explain them. They suggested she might be harming herself in her sleep, but the marks didn't match that explanation. They looked like someone had held her down, hard. That's when my uncle called the priest. Father Restrepo arrived the following evening. He was an old man with deep-set eyes and hands that trembled slightly. He'd known my family for generations and was familiar with the history of the hacienda. "This land has never been cleansed," he said quietly, after hearing what had happened. "The sins committed here still cry out." He went to Lucia's room with holy water and his Bible. My aunt insisted we all stay in the living room, but I crept down the hallway and watched through the crack in the door. I know I shouldn't have, but I needed to understand what was happening. The priest spoke in Latin, sprinkling holy water around the room. Lucia sat on the bed, looking confused and embarrassed. But as Father Restrepo continued, something changed. Lucia's body stiffened, and her head snapped toward him with a movement that didn't seem human. When she spoke, it wasn't her voice. "Esta tierra es mía, todos ustedes me pertenecen." The voice was deep, gravelly, a man's voice coming from my cousin's mouth. The priest didn't flinch. "In the name of Christ, I command you to leave this child," he said firmly. Lucia, or whatever was using her, laughed. It was a horrible sound that made my skin crawl. Then she started convulsing. I wanted to run in and help her, but I was frozen in place. She bent forward and vomited all over the bed. But it wasn't regular vomit. It was sand, dark, wet sand that smelled like a grave. I must have made a noise because Father Restrepo turned toward the door. In that moment of distraction, Lucia lunged at him, her hands like claws. My uncle rushed in and held her down while the priest continued the exorcism. I ran back to the living room, shaking uncontrollably. The ritual went on for hours. We could hear shouting, things breaking, and what sounded like multiple voices coming from Lucia's room. When it was finally over, Father Restrepo emerged looking 20 years older. My uncle carried Lucia out. She was unconscious but breathing normally. "It's done," the priest said, "but not finished. This house needs protection." He blessed every room and gave my aunt special prayers to recite daily. He also warned that Lucia should never sleep in that bedroom again. The entity may be gone from her, but it's still in this house. It's tied to this place. Lucia woke up the next day with no memory of what had happened. The bruises remained, but she couldn't explain them. My aunt and uncle converted their small living room into Lucia's new bedroom, and she seemed to improve almost immediately. But they couldn't just leave the house. They'd put everything they had into it, so they sealed off Lucia's old room, keeping it locked at all times. A month later, I came to stay with them again. With Lucia now sleeping in the converted living room, I was given the couch in the kitchen. I was nervous about staying there, but everything seemed normal for the first couple of days. Then came the third night. I woke up at exactly 3 in the morning. At first, I wasn't sure what had woken me, but then I heard it. Footsteps outside, circling the house. Slow, deliberate steps. I knew it couldn't be a security guard because the footsteps were too close to the walls. And besides, my uncle had told me the night watchman only patrolled the main streets of the development. The footsteps stopped right outside the kitchen window. I could see a shadow blocking the moonlight, but it was just a dark silhouette. I lay perfectly still, barely breathing. After what felt like an eternity, the footsteps continued around the house until they reached Lucia's old room. Then I heard knocking. 3 distinct knocks on her bedroom window. The locked room at the end of the hallway. I was too terrified to move, but I knew I needed to warn my uncle. As I gathered the courage to get up, the knocking stopped. The footsteps moved away from the house. The next morning, I asked my uncle if he'd heard anything unusual during the night. His face went pale. "Did you hear the footsteps?" he asked. I nodded. "They come every night at 3, he said. "Sometimes they just circle the house. Sometimes they knock." "But who is it?" I asked. "There is no one," my aunt said, joining the conversation. "Marco checked with a flashlight once. There's never anyone there." That night, my uncle let me sleep on a mattress in their room. I felt safer there, but I still woke up at 3. The footsteps came again. This time I could hear them more clearly. They didn't sound like shoes on dirt. They sounded like bare feet, slapping against the ground with a wet, sticky quality. On my last night there, something worse happened. I'd finally convinced my aunt and uncle that I'd be okay sleeping in the kitchen again. I was exhausted and fell asleep quickly. I woke suddenly, feeling like someone was watching me. When I opened my eyes, Lucia was standing beside the couch, staring down at me. Her face looked wrong, blank, with eyes that seemed too dark. "Lucia, what's wrong?" I whispered. She didn't respond. She just kept staring. Then I realized she wasn't blinking. Not once. "Lucia," I said again, louder this time, her head tilted slightly, in a way that reminded me of a predator studying its prey. Then she smiled, not Lucia's smile, but something cruel and hungry. Without a word, she turned and walked toward the hallway, her movement stiff and unnatural. I was about to follow her when I heard a noise from my aunt and uncle's room. The door opened and Lucia, the real Lucia, walked out, rubbing her eyes. "Carlos, why are you up?" she asked sleepily. I felt like I'd been plunged into ice water. If Lucia was there, then who, or what, had been standing over me seconds before? The next day I begged my parents to take me home. I couldn't explain what I'd seen. I was afraid they wouldn't believe me, or, worse, that they would, and it would confirm that something truly evil was happening in that house. Before we left, a neighbor came over to borrow something. While the adults talked, he mentioned the strange things happening throughout the neighborhood. Security guards reported seeing a woman in white floating above the ground near the community entrance. Another family claimed they kept finding wet footprints in their house, leading from their children's bedroom to the back door. One guard even quit after claiming he saw a group of children playing in the street at midnight, children with no faces. All these homes were built on the old hacienda land. My uncle's family moved out 6 months later. They couldn't sell the house. No one wanted to buy it after rumors spread about what happened there. They just locked it up and left. I've never gone back, but sometimes I dream about that house. In my dreams, I'm standing outside it at night, and I can see faces pressed against every window, watching me, waiting for me to come back. And sometimes, I still wake up at exactly 3 in the morning, feeling like something followed me home. Story 22. I've never told this story publicly before. I'm still trying to make sense of what happened on that ship. I'm not sure I ever will. It was supposed to be just another assignment. As a travel blogger with a decent following, I get invited on press trips fairly often. When the email came through about the maiden voyage of the SS Meridian, I jumped at the chance. A luxury cruise from New York to the Mediterranean, all expenses paid. Just post some pretty pictures and write about the experience. Yes, please. I boarded on a sunny Tuesday afternoon last May. The Meridian was absolutely massive. 18 decks, multiple pools, restaurants, bars, even a small shopping mall. The kind of ship where you could easily get lost for hours. My cabin was on deck 10 with a small private balcony. Nothing too fancy, but definitely comfortable. The bathroom had those fancy L'Occitane toiletries, and there was a welcome basket with champagne. Everything seemed perfect. I spent the first day exploring the ship, taking photos of everything for my blog, doing Instagram stories of the sail-away party. The Meridian was marketed as the pinnacle of modern luxury with classic nautical charm, and they weren't lying. Dark polished wood everywhere, brass fixtures, but with all the modern amenities you could want. That first night and day went by without incident. I met some nice people at dinner, other influencers and journalists mostly, but also some wealthy passengers who had paid a small fortune for this inaugural crossing. It was the second night when things started to get weird. There was a formal cocktail party in the grand ballroom, all crystal chandeliers and a live string quartet. I wore this red dress I'd bought specifically for the trip, around 9:30, while the ship's captain was giving a speech about the Meridian's illustrious future. The lights flickered, just for a second. Nobody seemed too concerned. We were at sea after all. But I noticed some of the crew exchange looks. The party continued, but about half an hour later, it happened again. This time, the lights went completely out for maybe 3 seconds. When they came back on, the captain was gone, and several crew members were hurrying out of the room. The cruise director quickly took the microphone and said something about minor technical difficulties and invited everyone to enjoy the open bar. I stayed for another hour, but the mood had shifted. People were still smiling and drinking champagne, but conversations had turned to the power issues. I overheard one older gentleman saying he'd been on dozens of cruises and had never experienced power problems on a brand new vessel. Around 11, I decided to head back to my cabin. The corridor was unusually cold, like drastically colder than the rest of the ship. I remember wrapping my arms around myself and hurrying along, thinking maybe there was an issue with the climate control as well as the electricity. When I reached my cabin, the door was slightly ajar. I'm absolutely certain I had closed and locked it before leaving for the party. I stood there for a moment, wondering if housekeeping had been in, but it was far too late for turn-down service. I pushed the door open slowly. Everything looked normal at first glance. My laptop was still on the desk, my camera equipment untouched. But then I noticed my suitcase had been moved. It was now on the luggage rack instead of on the floor where I'd left it, and the balcony door was unlocked. I checked the bathroom, looked under the bed, inside the closet. No one was there. Nothing seemed to be missing. I told myself maybe I was mistaken about the suitcase, that maybe I had put it on the rack myself and forgotten, but I knew I hadn't. I called guest services, and they sent security to check my room. The officer who came was polite but dismissive. He suggested I might have forgotten to fully close my door, that the ship's movement could have pushed it open. When I mentioned the suitcase and balcony door, he just nodded and said, "We'll make a note of it." I didn't sleep well that night. I kept waking up thinking I heard whispers. Around 3 in the morning, I got up to get some water and could have sworn I saw a shadow move across my cabin wall, but when I turned on the light, nothing was there. The next morning, the ship was in chaos. A young woman had disappeared during the night. Her name was Emily, a 25-year-old traveling with her parents. They had all gone to bed around midnight, and when her mother went to wake her for breakfast, she wasn't in her cabin. Her bed hadn't been slept in. The crew was searching the ship, but they were being weird about it, really tight-lipped, only giving vague responses when passengers asked questions. I overheard 2 crew members talking in a corner of the breakfast buffet. One said something about Section C being closed off, and the other replied, "Just like last time." Last time? This was the ship's maiden voyage. What last time were they talking about? After breakfast, I noticed areas of the ship were being cordoned off. Certain stairwells had crew-only signs that hadn't been there the day before. Passengers were being subtly directed away from the lower decks. I've always been too curious for my own good. My ex used to say it would get me in trouble someday. He was right. I waited until the crew member guarding one of the stairwells was distracted by a passenger with a question, then slipped past the velvet rope. I went down 3 flights of stairs to what I think was deck 4 or 5. The lighting was dimmer here, and the corridor was completely empty. I walked slowly, trying each door I passed. Most were locked. Then I found one that opened. The room was large but cluttered, filled with what looked like old nautical artifacts, ship models under glass, navigational instruments, old maps on the walls. None of this had been mentioned in any of the ship's promotional materials. It seemed like some kind of storage room or private collection. Against the far wall was a large, ornate mirror in a tarnished gold frame. It was covered in grime, like it hadn't been cleaned in decades. I don't know why, but I felt drawn to it. I approached and wiped some of the dust away with my sleeve. What I saw wasn't my reflection, or at least not just my reflection. Behind me, in the mirror, I could see people moving around the room, men and women in old-fashioned uniforms, like crew members from another era. Their faces looked strained, fearful. One woman stared directly at me, her mouth moving like she was trying to tell me something. I spun around, but the room was empty, except for me. When I looked back at the mirror, they were still there. The woman was pressing her hand against the glass now, like she was trying to reach through to me. Then her hand started coming through, an actual hand, pale, translucent, ice-cold, emerging from the mirror's surface. I ran. I knocked over a display case in my panic, the crash echoing behind me as I sprinted for the door. In the corridor, the lights were flickering wildly. I could see shadows moving in the corners of my vision, and there were whispers all around me. Dozens of voices speaking too quietly for me to make out the words, but somehow conveying desperation. I didn't stop running until I reached the main deck. I burst into the atrium, breathing hard, probably looking like a lunatic. A few passengers gave me strange looks, but most were gathered around a crew member who was making an announcement. Another passenger had disappeared, a man in his 60s, last seen in the casino the night before. I needed answers. I went to the ship's library, which had a small section about the Meridian itself. There was a glossy book about the construction of the ship, with photos showing its progress from keel laying to completion. But something seemed off about the images. In some of the early construction photos, I could see what looked like parts of an older vessel incorporated into the new ship. I found a crew member, a young guy who worked in the library. He seemed nervous when I asked about the ship's construction, but after I pressed him, he admitted there was more to the ship's history than the company advertised. The Meridian wasn't built from scratch, he said, lowering his voice. The hull and some internal structures came from an older vessel, the Oceanic Star. It sank 30 years ago in the North Atlantic. They salvaged it, used the intact portions as the foundation for this ship. Why would they do that? I asked. Wouldn't it be safer to build new? He shrugged. Cheaper, I guess. Plus, the company's owner is superstitious. There's a legend that if you resurrect a sunken ship, you gain favor with the sea. That night, 2 more passengers disappeared. The crew stopped pretending everything was normal. They announced we were changing course, heading to the nearest port for emergency maintenance. But we weren't moving toward land. I checked the navigation channel on the cabin TV. We were heading further out to sea. I decided to go to the ship's archive room. I'd seen it listed on the deck plan but hadn't visited yet. It was tucked away on deck 2, near the medical center. To my surprise, it was unlocked and unguarded. Inside were filing cabinets and shelves filled with documents. I started searching through them, not even sure what I was looking for. Then I found a folder labeled Oceanic Star Incident Report. The report detailed how the Oceanic Star had vanished in 1993 with all hands and passengers lost. But there was more, handwritten notes in the margins referring to the bargain and the bound souls. One note read, "The pact must be honored. The new vessel will carry their essence." There were newspaper clippings, too, about strange occurrences on other ships owned by the same company. Passengers gone missing, crew members reporting ghostly sightings, ships veering off course without explanation. I was so absorbed in reading that I didn't hear the door open. When I looked up, the captain was standing there. He didn't seem surprised to see me. "You know," he said quietly, "I can see it in your eyes." "What happened to the missing passengers?" I asked. "They've joined the others," he replied. "The Meridian needs souls to sail. It's part of the bargain." "What bargain?" "The one the company made decades ago. After the Star sank, they found a way to harness certain forces, to bind the lost passengers and crew to their service, but such power requires payment." As he spoke, the ship lurched violently. The lights went out completely, then came back on with a sickly greenish tint. Through the porthole, I could see that the calm sea had become rough, waves crashing against the hull. "It's happening again," the captain said, almost to himself. "They're taking control." That night was a nightmare. Ghostly apparitions appeared throughout the ship, pale, transparent figures in outdated clothing wandering the corridors, passing through walls, reaching out to passengers with sorrowful expressions. The engines roared to life with unnatural power, pushing the ship faster than it was designed to go. The Meridian veered wildly off course, heading toward some unknown destination. A small group of us, me, a retired couple from Florida, a ship's engineer who'd deserted his post, and a bartender, managed to make our way to the lifeboat deck. The rest of the passengers and crew were either hiding in their cabins or, I don't know, taken, transformed, joined with whatever force had claimed the ship. We lowered a lifeboat around 2 in the morning. The sea was calmer now, unnaturally so, as if whatever was controlling the Meridian wanted us to escape, to tell the story. As our small boat drifted away, we watched the massive cruise ship continue on its course. The lights flickered across its hull like dying stars, and then as we watched, the entire vessel seemed to shimmer, like reality itself was bending around it. Then the lights went out, one by one, until the ship was just a dark silhouette against the night sky. And then it was gone. Not sunk, just gone, as if it had sailed into another dimension. We were rescued the next morning by a cargo ship. When we told our story, no one believed us. The cruise line claimed the Meridian had never left port due to mechanical issues. They showed documents, inspection reports, even photos of the ship still docked in New York. But I know what I saw. I know what happened on that ship. Sometimes I dream about the woman in the mirror, still trying to warn me, her hand reaching out, and sometimes, when I look in my own mirror, I think I see the Meridian reflected behind me, sailing on dark waters, carrying its captive souls to whatever hell they're bound for. I don't know if it will ever return to our world. I don't know if the cycle will continue, with new passengers boarding, unaware of the fate that awaits them. But I do know one thing. If you ever receive an invitation for a cruise on a ship called the Meridian, or whatever name it might sail under next, don't accept. Some journeys are one way only,